Right, let's do this. Oh, you've been buying lots of... What we got here? Hey, I'm Mark for a Dr. Steps. That's quiet tonight. It's alright, less people to see me make mistakes, I guess. Usual fair trade Chardonnay from the co-op. So you bought another C64 then? Bread bin or a C64C? I should make my own wine. It would not be good, I'm pretty sure. Don't really have the weather here for decent grape growing. Okay, just check flavors is on. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm using these headphones tonight because the other headphones that I normally use, the batteries seem to have died in the last about an hour now. I was using them today and I had to keep swapping the headphones over every half an hour. Okay, let me turn the music down a bit. How's that? Perfect. Okay, good. You can't hear it now. They should allow you to have 2 channels on your Twitch output, so you can pick the volume. I mean, that'd be a nice feature. Which I mean, I guess we could kind of do it through Discord, but I'm not going to set that up. So what I wanted to do tonight was something a little bit kind of, well, not different because it's still the game, but something kind of separate from the stuff we've been doing. So I wanted to look at building a kind of background, the background I described last time and showed in the char editor. Let me bring that up. But I want to build it as like an IRQ system which you can turn on and turn off, and it will animate in or animate out depending on what flags you set, and then when it's finished animating in or out, you can give it a vector to jump to when it's finished. So you can basically set it up by setting a vector, and then setting setting a flag somewhere, or just basically turning your interrupts off, pointing at this new place and then turning them back on again. Hey, I confirmed welcome to a stream, dude. Question is, did I delete it or did I keep it? No, I did keep it. There we go. So we're gonna kind of create this bit without all the text, just the coloured areas. But I want it to all work from a single IRQ, so hopefully it should work quite well, and then we can use it for both the level bonus and for the main game. Oh yeah, I saw he'd done that. Oh, of course, Haze is on, isn't he? That's why it's a bit quiet tonight. That's good. That's good. No, I'm glad he's finished that. And the thing is, he's had a little bit of help here and there, but not that much. He's done a lot of it himself. So if you enter 0 in Hazy's heart, you have the top score. Okay. But it's a small bug. I'm sure he can solve that. But he's right. I saw his tweet today. He's right, and not enough high score systems actually let you use the keyboard, which is kind of crazy considering the Commodore comes with a keyboard. There's no reason not to. I think we'll probably go down the if you enter steps into the either. If you score not enter not. Yeah, so I think we'll probably go down both routes. I don't want to force somebody to use the keyboard. I'd like this game to work on the GS as well, even though it's not very much not very many people using the GS, but it would still be nice to make it fully work from cartridge without use of the keyboard. You can steal the code from his game. No, I've got some ideas how to do a keyboard routine. I kind of want to when I get round to that, I want to do a Thursday stream on the technique I've got for using the keyboard, which I think should be kind of good use to everybody, and it'd be a nice little standalone piece of code that people can use. Okay, cool. So basically I want to do this. So what I want to do is I want to create a new file. I'm going to put it in animation, because it kind of is animation, and I'm going to call it title card, because that's kind of what it is. It's like it's a title card background. So we'll call it title card. I'm not going to call it just title, because it is a little bit more than just the title. It is actually the title card, right? So it is actually the whole system around displaying that background. The title itself. Steps. Hazy's game has a kill screen. Unfortunately, it happens after level 1. I was toying with the idea today as to whether or not to make this game a cartridge game or not. Because it would open up the opportunity to do a lot more in terms of graphics and levels. But I don't know. In fact, let's have a quick look, see what the memory map looks like. Let's make some notes actually while we do this. What's gone over there? Is it gone over there? Okay. So we do have a title at the moment, but it is a very simple Flash thing. We'll replace this, but before this happens, before this is actually shown, we need to do this animation. But what I'm interested in right now is memory map and where things are going to fit. So I'm just going to make some notes about where extra things are going to fit. And tonight I've got Ben Dalglish music playing. There's a playlist of his music, so just put that on random. So he's an awesome enough musician. Okay, so we've got space for the music, which I'm going to leave in there. We are using a little bit of memory here, so 0400 to 0800 is going to be our I'm going to call it shadow RAM, and what I mean by that is if we need to copy a block of RAM, 1 kilobyte block of RAM, that's where it's going to end up, and we're going to need that for the transition. Conditions for a game to be put on cartridge set for the game size. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to try and keep this off cartridge if I can, because I would like it to be. I would like it to be single load. I'd potentially like it to be on tape, which would be kind of nice. I'm pretty sure Bitmapsoft would publish this if we asked them nicely. 16 kilobytes. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. If you can get it to 16 kilobytes, then it's perfect for the 16 kilobyte cartridges, which are stupidly cheap to make. Although, unfortunately, this isn't going to be 16 kilobytes anymore. Okay, so we have some behaviors, bonus active. Okay, so I think this area here up to 6,000 should remain as it is, because I think we can probably fit quite a few behaviors in there, so I don't really want to mess around with that too much. Generated warp sprites. Now, this is an area that currently we're using for warping the sprites, so we could potentially use this area and just regenerate. So we have which one is it now? Is it, yeah, sprite warp generate all sprites. So we could move this to somewhere else and have this. In fact, it already happens at the beginning of the game, so I wonder if we were to put if we were to use this area for Vic stuff, would that be fine? So the kind of standard production carts at the moment are Gmod 2. They're 512 kilobytes. And most games that come on Gmod are actually filling that up now. So Sam's Journey filled that up. Hunter's Moon filled that up. I'm pretty sure Doc 2 is going to fill that up pretty quickly as well. I'm running out of room very fast, and I'm only probably about 60% complete on that. So I think Sarah Jane Avery's shoot 'em up game is using the full 512 as well. But there is going to be very soon Gmod 3, and that goes up to 16 megabytes. So I'm kind of very interested in seeing those cartridges when they come out, because I think there's some room for some amazing stuff on those. Hi, Cole. But yeah, I mean, you can go from 16 kilobytes all the way up to 16 megabytes, not a problem. I don't think there are any standard carts above 1 megabyte at the moment. They might be able to get some higher memory easy flash carts, but production wise 512 kilobytes is about the same. Yeah, you just bank in blocks of 16 kilobytes at a time, or 8 or 16 kilobytes at a time. You use multiple registers to decide which bank to bank in. So I think we can move this code, which means that we've got some free kind of area to play around with here. But what do we need to do this? So we need a font, which we do already have, which is up here. Let's see if we can fit it into this top end. So we've got 2 fonts. We've got not much room at the top of the font, but we can squish some of this down. I think the second char set is this one actually. Thick. Let me have a look at this quickly. See. Right, so then we can place this. Intro charts, yeah, okay. So we probably do want to use that one, which is this character set here. And that is missing the top 16 bytes by the looks of things, because of vectors and other stuff. So looking at this, that's pretty easy to do. We can probably squash this down quite a lot. I mean, if we just take 4 off each of these, we've done it, we've squashed it down. So that's easy enough to do. So we'll do that in a minute. I need to compare this font against the other one, but we'll do this one first. What's the code size for the game so far? It's quite big. I mean, we're filling up most of the memory pretty quickly. Dynamic sprite absorb frames. I want to have a look at this other characters. So one of the things we're going to need to do this is we're going to need 2 sprites that are going to be this area here. We could probably generate these on the fly, or at least copy them from somewhere else. And ideally they need to kind of fit into this area somewhere, into this bank. We do have these dynamic absorb frames, which is room for about 5 sprites, but I kind of want the title. So it says level bonus up here, but on the main title I want that to be built out of sprites as well. Just the code and everything total, ratio of code to data. Oh god, I don't know. I just see Shannon coding and coding again without caring about the code size. Yeah, code size. I'm not sure. I mean, this isn't very helpful. We can have a look in Infiltrator Disassembler when we get closer to the end, we get a better idea. Hey Prince Phase, welcome to the stream. So we do have quite a lot of information here where this map data is. And at the moment we're not doing any compression on the maps whatsoever. And the map data is a binary and then a load of information about that level, and we've got 2 levels in there at the moment, and that's taking up 1 kilobyte. So we probably could compress that, and I think that's probably a sensible idea, and just unpack as we go along, but we can worry about that at a later date. Looking at that, that gives us 2, 8, it gives us about 32 levels at the moment, which isn't a huge amount, but they are conveniently in the cartridge banking locations. If we wanted to, we could just bank some new levels in if we did go down the cartridge route, but like I say, I'd rather not if we can help it. And 32 levels might not be that few if you consider that they can be quite hectic, and they might take some while to do, but you could definitely add more in. So I think we should try and use this area here, but I'd like to try and free up room for 8 sprites in there. So if we look at the sprites, we've got player sprites and we've got enemy sprites. Player sprites and enemy sprites, and we don't have that much of these. So if we look at the sprite data, yeah, this is what we've where we've put stuff at the moment. We're trying to work out if we need to kind of readjust or not. Any idea how many levels there could be? I mean, I would like to have as many as possible, but I mean, it depends how we do it. So for a single load game, if this is single load, then we're probably looking at around 25 to 30 levels. If we go down the cartridge route, then we could look at maybe 16 levels per world, and then build a new graphic set for each world and see how many we come up with. This generated warp sprites has bothered me because that's quite a lot. That's like 8K of data generated for the sprites, but I think most of it is being used. There's a little bit of space here, but not much. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. So, basically, I want roughly 8 sprites. And 8 sprites is 512 kilobytes. 512 bytes, sorry. And then I also want this character set, the intro character set, to be used. So, let's just have a look at the sprites we've got at the moment. So, we have, if I can remember which sprite set it is. No. No. See that one? Looks like that one. Yes, it is that one. So this is all the sprites that fit into this player sprite area here. We do have a little bit more room above that, so we can potentially have a few more, which I think should be enemy sprites anyway. We can squash down some of the room in here, so we've got 2 blank sprites there, 2 blank sprites there, 2 there, so 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So there's 20 sprites extra there for enemies. If we go and have a look at the enemies, we've got these 2 which have to remain the same, and then these which can be used for enemies as well. So we've got about 24, 30 sprites. So we've got about 50 sprites left for enemies. And if you look, we do have a bit of room between E800 and EEC0 where we could put some additional sprites. So I'm going to say that I'm going to put a little note in here now in the assets file. I'm going to reserve some sprites here. Oh, import map data. Why is that being imported there? Okay, no, that's fine. So I am going to reserve 8 sprites here. From EC100. Then that way we can keep this same bank. We don't have to mess around switching banks and copying sprite sets around. So let's fill that with 512 bytes. Let's just quickly run that. Let's make sure that's reserved correctly. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So that's reserved a little bit of room here. We've still got some more room in the dick bank, so we can still squeeze a few more sprites in there. We've got 1 kilobyte, so that's another 16 sprites. So we've got about 50 or so, 50 or 56 sprites left for enemies, which is pretty good actually. Cool. Right. The different functions are not predefined by Shine. They're automatically placed by the compiler and shown as debug info. But sprites, etc. are predefined. So basically you could have 256 sprites in there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the absolute maximum we can have is... So we're using 2 char sets. Thanks for the bit, Samok. Very much appreciated, and good confirmation that my headphones are working, so I was a bit worried that they wouldn't be, so... yeah, appreciated, dude. So, yeah, we're using 2 char sets, so that takes up 4 kilobytes, and we're using 1 screen, and then the rest, and we're using a small amount of the sprite space for dynamic absorb frames, so we have to kind of draw absorb animations into these frames. So that means we have so one of it takes 1086 bytes at the moment uncompressed. Yeah, I think we can probably squish that down a little bit as well. I think what we might do is when we're ready to actually load multiple levels and work that out, we'll probably come up with an editor that will output compressed data, and then we'll load that in on the fly. Because 1000 bytes compress is very quick to unpack, so there's and we've got that transition, so we can hide it behind the transition as well. So yeah, so we're using 1K for the screen, 4K for char sets, so that leaves us with about 11K for sprites. 1 kilobyte is 16 sprites, so that's about 176 sprites. The player animation does take a lot of that because we're using that the weighting for the players. Oh my god, I need to sort this folder out because I keep picking the wrong one every single time. We've got all these animations for the players at different weights. This may change slightly when we do the graphics overhaul, but I'm quite happy actually with the style of this character. It's kind of nice. I think I need to tidy up some of the red bits here and there, just to kind of I don't know, just to make it feel kind of quite solid blocks of colour. When level change, it displays. Yes, exactly. So when that, as soon as that transition goes across and hide, so you'll get the level bonus count up here. Then when this is finished, all the text will fade out. The orange bit will slide off to the side. The level bonus will go up, and then the transition will open. So at the point where the screen is just yellow, you can decode in the background, and then you know, you run the transition, and then you'll have the new level shown behind. It should work quite well, I think. And if you look at Xamizer for data like this, you're looking at around about 50 to 60% compression. So I think we might be able to get 60 levels in if we do it right. They'll all be the same character set. However, it's worth noting that the character set is going to which one is it? Is it that one? The character set is going to be kind of trimmed down a little bit as well. So I think I will move, well, for a start, these won't be here. This font here can be moved as well. We do need to keep these areas free, because these are where the character bullets come in, and we need to keep some of these. But we can probably trim all this down as well, and make it into slightly more compact, and maybe 3 different worlds as well. So I think if we did 3 worlds with 16 levels on each, that would be kind of nice. That would be, what, 48 levels, 3 worlds. It would feel quite a big game, and still only be single load as well. Single load is kind of, I think, pretty important. But I think 48 levels split over 3 worlds would work quite well. We'll see how it goes anyway. Hey Microman, welcome to the stream, dude. Alright, so let's have a look. So our intro is here. So it goes jump to subroutine, title screen, initialize. I don't know where title screen actually is. Is it going to be somewhere? It's going to be somewhere weird, isn't it? Intro, there we go. This doesn't seem to do very much in here at all, so we might have to come in here and just change some stuff around in here. But first thing it needs to do before it does any of that is trigger our let's call this intro transition. Intro transition. Okay, so what I want to happen here is we're going to set up this title card animation. Let me split my window to go. And so what this is going to be essentially is it's going to have an initialize function, which is just going to set the IRQs up, but we're going to have some additional data up here that we need. So we're going to have complete callback, and this is going to be a word, and basically this is going to be two bytes which define where to jump to when we're finished. Initialize is going to set the screen up in the initial state. Then we're going to have I'm going to call this transition direction, and this is basically a byte which is either going to be 0 means it's not doing anything, FF will mean it's disappearing off screen, so you play it in reverse, and 0 1 will mean that it's playing forwards. We'll use this for working out which direction we need to move the transitions in. What else do we need here? Complete callback, transition direction. I think that's it, really. I don't think we need anything else here. Oh, we'll need an index as well, but we'll come to that when we come to it. I have an RTS here, which is going to be when we initialize, and then we have the IRQ. I'm going to call it 1 because there's going to be multiple of these. Do we have a store state? I cannot remember at all, so let's go and have a look. Maybe we do have store state. Okay. Let's just put this over here as a reminder. Put the 0 page stuff up. So there's a store state and a restore state. And I'm assuming the restore state doesn't do the acknowledge, so I probably need to do that at the end. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. Let's indent that in a little bit so it's obvious that's part of that. Okay, so the job of this initialize function is going to be to do two things. It's going to be to set the screen up and in the initial state, depending on the transition direction. And it's going to be to initialize any indexing that we need here, and also it will eventually be responsible for triggering the actual transition. We're not doing the bar transition at the moment. We're just doing the once the bars have gone to yellow, and it will also be responsible for turning on this transition IRQ here. So the way I'm going to do this is, first of all, I am going to turn the screen off completely. I'm going to disable interrupts, and then I'm going to turn the screen off completely. So the reason I'm doing that is because I don't want... Oh, actually, no, this isn't going to work because the screen may already be yellow at this point, and turning it off will turn it black, so you'll get a flash of black. It's fine, we can trigger this from the exact line that we need it when we need it. Oh god, tell you what, these headphones make me warm, that's for sure. So you can turn off the VIC, and you can stop it from rendering anything, and it will just render border over the screen. It's the same trick we use when we're doing vertical scrolling to separate the HUD and the bottom of the screen and to hide that kind of the flicker as new data comes in from the bottom. But the problem is it draws black, and that's no good really. So because the screen could potentially, I mean, if we were doing a black transition it would be fine, but we're not. We're doing a yellow one, so well, let's set the background to yellow. And then I need to point to this location here. Now, I remember that in our IRQ, we don't do it directly. We have this IRQ indirect. No, not the IRQ indirect. It's... Oh no, that is what we need to store, I think. Hang on, let me check. I know we made some changes to the way this worked to deal with using the VIC bank in the... There you go, IRQ LSB and IRQ MSB, and I bet they're up here somewhere, aren't they? Okay, I'm not sure where they live. Okay, I'm just gonna try putting it in here for now. LSB. Okay, so this is going to set the background to yellow. It's going to set the transition IRQ to be this one here, and then it's going to return, which means this is the IRQ that's going to get fired. And then what we need to do in here is we need to trigger that. So the way I'm going to do that is like this. First of all, I need to find out where the original IRQ is, because we do need to put it back when we're finished. Which I don't see anywhere. Maybe it's in here. IRQ setup. Okay, so it is being re-triggered at this point here. I just want to check in IRQ setup that we set the interrupt, then we clear the interrupt here as well. Okay. The IRQs are not being disabled though until until we get into this routine. So I'm also going to put that into here as well, just as a fail safe, just in case we trigger this at any time, which we are doing up here when it hasn't already been disabled. Enable the IRQs as well. And then before we exit, we'll do that one. Okay, cool. The only other thing we need to do is set a position on the screen, so we're just going to go with 0, still at D012. Cool, so now if I call that, the screen will go yellow, but what I need to do is first of all, I need to import it. It's not been imported, so I'm just going to import it here somewhere. God, I can't remember the buttons. And then we're just going to call initialize, but we need to set this complete callback at some point, and I'll show you why. So I like to have the very basics of the game flow in this file, so we just loop through these things. So everything above this point is kind of pre-game setup, pre-load setup, and this is only ever going to be done once at the beginning of the game load, and then from this point onwards, this stuff just repeats. So it will go through the game, then when it's game over, it will go back to the beginning and we'll do this. So these are kind of little snippets of game flow. And what I want to do is start by doing title card initialize, and then we're just going to jump to this location over and over again. And the reason we're going to do this is because we're going to actually trigger eventually we're going to trigger this when it's complete to jump straight to here. So I just want to make sure that it sends the screen yellow first. Which it does not. So let's have a look in the debugger. I think we're in an invalid mode. I think it has disabled the VIC anyway. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Oh, it's like it's not actually running the IR key properly. What am I looking at again? Oh, D06, is it? No, 11, there we go, 1B. It says the screen's at C, the charset's at F. We're in text high res. It's just for some reason it's failing. Okay, so let's have a look. So it should disable the CIAs, enable the raster interrupts, set the background to yellow, set this as our new transition. Oh, it's because I'm doing that. Should not be setting that there. That should be D012. So I think I was correct. There we go, with our yellow screen. Okay. So the idea is it will come into this file, and then when it's finished doing what it needs to do, it's going to jump to this location instead when it comes back. And the way we're going to do this is in this file here. I'm going to put is complete. And that is going to be set to 0 to begin with. And set up transition. And there's also the border color in here as well. And what will happen, this will run, this transition will run, then when it's complete, this will be set to 1. When this is set to 1, at this point, what we can do, in fact, we need to do it before this stuff works, so. We will load is complete. If it's equal to 0, we do nothing. We just jump to here. Otherwise, what we need to do is we need to change the stack pointer. So the stack pointer currently is going to be pointing. It's going to have 2 values pushed onto it. So we need to pull those 2 values off. So they get discarded, and then we need to push these 2 values on. It is complete. And we need to do -1 on it. So what we need to do is we need to load is complete. Not is complete, sorry. Complete callback plus 0. We need to subtract 1 from it, and then push that onto the stack, and then load complete callback plus 1. Do that, subtract 0 from it, and push that onto the stack. The reason you need to take 1 off is because when you do a return, it adds 1 to the return address, and that's the next address it goes to. So, in theory, now, I'm just going to put a little marker in here so I can check if this works. Is complete. So, in theory, what I should be able to do is before I initialize with this bit here, I should be able to do this. I should be able to take. Actually, can I do that with that? Maybe I need to. Don't think I can do it with those markers, so I'm going to do it with those. So I need to take the low byte of intro callback and store that at out of card dot callback 0. Actually, do you know what? This is. Yeah, this should be fine. I think. Let's try it out, because I think what's going to happen is it's going to get stuck at this point, and the stack is always going to be pointing to this. And then when this actually finishes, it's now going to point to this, and it'll jump back to here instead. Let's give it a try. It can only crash horribly, so. Let's do it in the debugger though. This makes sense in my head. I'm not sure if this is the right way to do it, but let's have a look. 4670. Okay. So we're in this loop now. So if I go to 4670, I can set this to 0 and 1. It didn't do anything. Okay, let's check the code around that point. So we should be getting into this transition, and this should be getting hit. And it doesn't look like it's getting hit actually. Let's give that a restart, but I'm going to put the breakpoint in there. Oops. Yeah, that's what's worrying me for that it looks like it's not getting there at all. I don't think it's ever getting. seems to be running code here. That's the weird thing. Like, why is it executing code at this location? So it runs through all of this. Yeah, it's never actually running this. 46AB is here. We're setting those values, but we're never actually running that indirect for some reason. It's because of this. I think we also need to do that. So maybe we should be calling this IRQ setup before anything else. Okay, let's adjust the code rather than keep adding stuff into this. Let's adjust the code slightly. So let's move this setup to here as part of the main setup. Okay, there we go. It looks like really. Yeah, so this is now running correctly. So this is the routine that's getting hit, which is this one here, and it loads this value here, and you can see it's breaking on that point. I don't get why low byte and high byte are stored in the same address without specifying +1 for high byte. What do you mean? I don't get why low byte and high byte are stored. High byte to address +1. I'm not sure what you mean there. You mean in this? Oh, that's wrong. Anyway, that should be +1 there. Is that what you mean? That bit? I think that's what you mean, isn't it? Yeah, it's just me being stupid, making mistakes. So it seems like an awful lot of setup to get a yellow screen, but I'm doing this so that I can use it at any point in the game, and it will transition that title screen on. So. Okay, so this is where we are, and it's hitting that every time. So I'm hoping now, if I type 01 in here, and then run. No idea where that has gone to now. Yeah, it's still running the code at that location, although it doesn't look like it's even running it at this location anymore. Interrupt is fine. Let me run it again. So I see, I do not trust the Oh, stream died for you. Stream is still on for me. Okay, so we're at this location. It seems to be fine. I'm going to put a breakpoint in. In there to see if when I change that address. Okay, right, so it has reached that point, so let's go and have a look at the stack now. So this is the stack, and this looks like the stack pointer is pointing to F0, which is here. Oh shit, no, this isn't going to work because shit, yeah, I'm gonna have to think of a different way of doing this. So the problem we've got here is we're using the store state and restore state, so we're already kind of messing around with that already. Yeah, I'm pulling the RTI off here, but it's not the RTI I'm pulling off, it's this store state here. So really, I'm going to change the way this particular transition works, and instead of doing this, I'm going to I'm going to do them all just in case. This will be restore. Trying to think of something funny to type in here now. I can't think of anything. I'll just put FF in here in capitals. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can just put that because it'll still register as one value anyway. It won't try and do two. It will just do a single byte. Okay, cool. So that stops it breaking the stack. So I'm pulling the value off here, adding the new one on back here. Okay. Okay, cool. Right, let's give that a try. Get rid of this one. 2 errors. RQ, LSB. What? Oh, I'm reading it from the wrong place, that's right. Lots of beef. Indeed. We're out for a smoke in a minute. So again, I'm going to stick the breakpoint in. What was it? It's right here somewhere. This area here. And then I'm going to, once we get down to, yeah, let's do it here because we can see where the stack is and what return value it's got in it. So go to 4670 on here, that's 0, 1, and we're broken into that point now. Let's go and have a look at stack. Actually, you can do it in this view. No, I can't do it in that view actually. That's fine. Do it this way. Okay, stack pointer is at 3, which means we are pointing to 59A0. That doesn't seem right. Or is it this one, 4759? I can never remember how the stack pointer works. 4759, I think it's that one. So if we step through, we get to F5. 475B, which is perfect. Let's run that. Okay, cool. I mean, it's gone into the game, which it shouldn't have done. And it also looks completely wrong, but it looks like it has kind of jumped ahead to the right location. So that's good. So I want to make sure it gets to this point correctly, so let's do that as well. Go to hell, that's good. Oh, why did I never think of that when I was doing basic? Okay, so this is our jump, this is our callback here, so hopefully we get to this point properly, which we don't actually, so it looks like it's skipping ahead. Should I have added one to it? No, that should be fine. hang on. It's always a bit messy messing with the stack. 4759 is this location. Oh, it actually does have the proper address in there. Okay, so let's not do the subtract one, although it doesn't seem right for some reason. I'm sure you have to add one to it. Okay, let's try it without and see what happens. So I'm just going to get rid of that. That. Yeah, I'm convinced it does add one, but it looks like it didn't from that address in there. 4754, and the stack in here is pointing to 4754. So I don't know. Maybe it doesn't from an RTI. Maybe it's only an RTS that does that. Yeah, but it's only an RTS that does that, thinking about it. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. And we're in that location. Okay, cool. Brilliant. Right, I'm going to go and take a quick break, guys, because I desperately need a toilet and a cigarette. Then when I come back, we'll actually do the fun stuff in here, so... Okay, cool. Is the RTI pop causing a non-restore state? No, I'm not using the state restore now is done with self-mod code instead. So there's no additional messing around in the stat. Unlike RTS, the return address on the set is the actual address rather than the address -1. Okay, so that is fine. Is this causing... No, it should be fine. Should be fine, I think. Anyway, it looks good now anyway, so I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, I'll show you how that works. It's like Andy says, it's the raster position. So if I pause the code now and then move the cursor up and down, you can see where the code was at that point in time. I mean, at the moment it's just running through this. If I actually get into the game, okay, so we do need to set some modes and stuff there. Ooh, we might have to fix that before we start, because I'm not sure what's going on here. But you can see now, if I pause it, it's still jumping around the same block of code anyway. Okay, I think our IRQs are messed up here now. Oh, of course they are, because we now need to set new IRQs up. So I'll fix that now. So you can see the IRQ is not doing anything, it's just jittering around this location. And you'll see when I fix it, the code on this side will move all over the show. So this is because now we've moved the IRQ. Oh yeah, and hi Andy as well. You've been here all along, but hi. Oh, that's a good emote, I like that. What's that? Hype Ghost. Limited time. Ah, okay. Alright, you haven't been here all along, but whatever. So the IRQ setup, basically we just need to set these things here. So I can either do this in the title screen initialize. Yeah, I think title screen initialize is the right place to do this. So we'll go into the title screen initialize, which is here, and I'm just going to turn the interrupts off, set that, and then turn them on again. I always like to turn the interrupts off while I'm setting these values, because you can get into some nasty stuff if you don't. and this needs to now be IRQ.main IRQ. So anytime we come back from that title screen, we need to set that value again. We'll just do it in the debugger. So if we go to 4670 set to 01, you get the press fire, which is actually showing the background in blue. We'll fix that in the title screen code shortly, but I think it's just doing that because, yeah, so the game is fine now. You see the game is working as expected, stuff popping out. Cool. And if I pause, you'll see as I move up and down through this, you'll see that the code is moving all over the show, and it's just showing me exactly what code was running at that point. The last time it hit this line and that position, this is what it was doing. You can actually, if you run the code, oh, you can't see it now. Sometimes you can get it to show the cursor flicking around all over the place, but apparently not anymore. I'm sure you used to be able to do that. You can also set breakpoints, I think, as well. If I do that, and it will break at that point then. So I can say, okay, when the raster gets to this point here, I want it to break, and I press break, and there you go. Oop. Oh god, my headphones just did a connected, so hopefully I don't miss anything. Rick Lowe, thank you for the follow. I must have been smoking when you followed. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's weird that the RTI doesn't do that. I was thrown by that a little bit. I've never actually returned from an interrupt in this way before. I was trying to think how to do it so that we could reuse this title card anywhere, and that seemed to be the right place. Okay, so I'm not too fussed about the way that the title screen the press fire is wrong. That's fine. I'm not too bothered about that because that's something we can fix in here. It's just happening because this IRQ is being triggered. In fact, we could probably get, if we moved this from here and put it in here instead, I think. Let's start game here. Actually, no, we don't even need to do it there. Let's do it here, game entry. We just did this here like that. That should work as well. And we should keep the title screen the same then. So again, go to 4670 01. And there we go. Press fire looks fine, and going into the game is fine. Okay, cool. Right, next step, we need some sprites. So remember I said we'd reserved some sprites. We'd reserved 8 sprites. So I'm going to just draw the first 2 sprites that we need here. So we need 8 total. It's going to be 6 that make up the logo, and 2 that make up the panel down the side. They're not going to be multicolour, they're going to be single colour. I need them to match the design in here, which was orange, not brown. Okay, cool. So really simple. This one's just a flood fill. Then this one is going to have a repeating pattern on it. So this is 21 high. So if we split that into 3, that's 7 on each one. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, oops. So if we make that a point there. Repeat that should, well, that's not very pointy, is it? That's not really long enough. Let's have a look. Let's look what it looks like when it's finished. And that would actually be 2, not 1. I mean, it's quite a subtle jagged bit, so it's because the DSI changes the program and the auto-ink doesn't happen, but interior waits till... yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Because a return from interrupt is just go back to where you were, whereas an RTS is saying, okay, go back to where you were, and the previous instruction has now finished, so... RTI takes 3 bytes off the stack. Oh. So do I need to... Well, I'm guessing the first 2 is the jump address, because I've only pulled 2 off and then replaced them, so I think it's fine. I don't need to mess around. What's the 3rd byte do then? Out of interest. Ah, the status register. Okay. Yeah, I don't need to mess with that. I can leave that as it is. Okay, I'm not keen on this. I think it needs to be a bit more, so let's just fill it on again. It's annoying that the sprites are 21 high, but I can probably... Can I probably find a way to... Yes, I think... they have to be 21. Can't make them 20 high, so... This is the middle here. Of course, the other solution is I make the whole thing a point. So it's just one massive point. Actually, this might work, so... Yeah, this looks better actually. I like the bigger, bolder shape rather than the small. It needs to be... The idea of this is that it shouldn't be very subtle at all. It should be massive, so... That works quite well. Okay, cool. Right, so they're the first 2 sprites I need. I'm going to save this as... I'm going to call it title card. I'm going to export those sprites as title card data. And then import that in the place where we reserve these, so this now becomes... Where's the sprite? Let's copy the sprite. Exactly. So we'll start just by setting up the full screen sprite list, and then we'll work on moving them across using a timer. So we'll put them in the fully extended position using the IRQ. So in here, first thing we need to do is we need to set those sprite pointers up, which we can do in this setup transition. So we'll use sprite 1 and 2 here. The reason we're going to use sprite 1 and 2 is we want them to be on top of everything. So if we do have all the other sprites in the bottom section, they will go behind, because everything should go behind that that orange bar down the side, with the exception of the bar at the top as it comes down. Oh, actually, no, because potentially this is going to be a sprite logo up here. And if the sprite logo extends here, but it's behind this background here, what we'll see is the cookie cutter effect, and this sprite get cut off. So actually we want these to be 7 and 8, 6 and 7, sorry, not 0 and 1. And we'll just have to make sure that no sprites down here go behind this area. Text should automatically go behind it, but okay, so in that case we need to set the sprite pointers to be those values. So they are at EC100. So EC100 is... I'm gonna have to do this with a calculator, I think. So EC100 is 2C 100 divided by 64 B0. So B0 and B1 are the sprites that we will be putting there. And they will be at. Do we actually have sprite pointers set up? We do have sprite pointers. Cool. So sprite 6, sprite 7. Then we need to set the colour of these, which is the orange colour, which is 08. And that needs to go at D0 to D, I think. No, 7, 8, 9, A, C and D? No, D and E, yes, correct. Why does that feel wrong? Oh, okay. It seems to be fine. We want multicolour mode off for these sprites. So this is at... I'm going to just test the follow again because I want to make sure I can actually hear stuff in this. In fact, it's gone off. A little bit annoyed if this has just suddenly stopped working. So I'm going to play Rick Lowe's follow again. Yep, and I can't hear it. Alright. So take them off because my head is sweating, and I'm going to change my audio to come out of the speakers for that. Try once more. Yep, can't hear it at all. Great. God damn it. Try one of these headphones. These must have an auto off. It's a feature I don't want. Yeah, I've got the follow list here. I just need to keep an eye on it. Yeah, I can't even see this headphone. Oh, that's massively frustrating. I just have to keep my eye on it. A bit annoying, but okay. Yeah, I'll just have to keep my eye on it. Alright. And tonight, once I've finished doing the code, I'm going to play either Rainbow Islands on the Commodore 64, Parasol Stars on the PC Engine, because I've got a working OSSC now, or Ikaruga on the GameCube, which is the only one of the three I haven't played, so... I've also not tested Ikaruga, so I don't know if it'll work. I've also not tested the PC Engine through the ISSC, but it's through the OSSC, but it is working, so... Yeah, it's working now, so it's fine. Octal coded decimal. Okay, right. So we set the sprite points up, set the colours. We need the multicolour mode as well. Do not play the PAL version. Oh, I don't know which version I've got. Let me have a look. I have USA version. Is that the one to play? Perfect, okay. Is it significantly different? Zero, 1. So I can never remember the registers for these things. Multicolour mode, D01C. There we go. So need to turn multicolour off for those last two. So I'm going to load. I'm going to do it like this because I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing with the other sprites yet. So I'm just going to do it like that. And let's set some initial positions up just so we can make sure that we can see these on the screen. So In fact, the X position is kind of important, so we'll set these up. So the X position for this sprite at its fully extended position is going to be at the edge of the screen. So this is going to be at, oh, actually this can also, for the MSB as well, we'll do exactly the same thing. So this will be at D00 EC, there we go. And then add 24 onto that, so it becomes 30, and that becomes D0 E. Go. And then we'll set up somewhere on the screen just so we can see it. D0 D, D0 F. Right, so we should be able to see one sprite on the screen at this point. Two sprites on the screen at this point, sorry. Yeah, there we go. So now we just need to copy these all the way down the screen. And then we're going to use an animation to just animate them up the screen a little bit. So just looking at the border, it might need to be extended a little bit as well. So yeah, I think it does. Very unscientific way to do it. In fact, I can run it in the debugger, can't I? Let me see. Really easy. So we get about 4 characters, and we need 7. So yeah, I need to extend that one. So double width D01D. That's right there. And then this becomes 48. Cool, that's perfect. Right, just to reiterate that, just to confirm, I'm going to put that into the debug and just check I've got 7 spaces here. And I think I do. Looks like I do anyway. Yep, 7. So I've got exactly 7 across there, which is exactly how many I need in order to do this properly. The PAL version was screwed up. Okay. Black side borders. Okay. Vertical nails and that's on a horizontal screen. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Ikaruga, but I'd never really played it before. And I watched a video of it the other day, and it's really impressive. It's a really impressive looking game. It's got a kind of weird 3D feel to it without it actually being 3D. I think the background is 3D, but the way it plays is just like any other 2D shoot 'em up, but it's made to look incredible. I just really like the look of it. So I put that on the list of games I want to play tonight. So I'm going to let you guys pick what I play later on. There's differing levels of difficulty in getting them running, but they should all work through the capture card properly now. Don't know where my power's gone for the... There we go. Let's make sure the ultimate's plugged in. Features 3. Alright, so we need to set up the interrupts for this now. So what I need to do is I need to have and call this side sprite positions, and this is going to start at 3.2, which I think was spot on there. There was no gap here. And this will be initialized to 3.2 as well in here. So in all this initialization, I'll do it up here because this is kind of fixed stuff. And then this interrupt is being triggered at line 0, as we can see here. So the first thing it needs to do is it needs to set the sprite data, which is just going to be this bit here. This bit can stay the same. It's just going to set this bit here a couple of lines before. So we're always going to start at this location, and then we're going to have IRQ2 here. And IRQ2's job is to, we may as well do this exactly the same as up there, because this is kind of quite efficient. So IRQ2's job is going to be to set these sprite positions. So there's going to be two values in here. The first one is going to be the current position of the top sprite, and then this is going to be a rolling counter of where the next position is. So the first thing this IRQ is going to do here is we're going to load side sprite positions, and we're going to we're going to store that up. So we're basically resetting that value here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to take the value which we've already got in there now. We're going to subtract 2 from it, and we're going to store that at D012. So this is setting the next line for the interrupt, and then we're going to set the interrupt to be transition 2 in here. So line 0 is going to look at those side sprite positions, it's going to set the line 2 behind, and then it's going to jump into here. And then at this point here, we can load the value that's in this location. And that gets stored into these 2 positions here. So that's the sprite cell for this block. Then what I need to do is I then need to add 21 to it, just a bit of hexadecimal. And store that in the next sprite positions. And now I need to do a comparison. So if the carry is still clear, so if it's been set, I'm going to go to finish, which is going to be this bit here, which means we've gone off the bottom of the screen, so we can stop doing the update. And this is going to be responsible for doing this. Call this exit here. If we haven't gone off the bottom of the screen, then what we need to do is we need to take the value that we've just stored, subtract 2 from it again, and store that at D012, and jump to exit. Right, so with a bit of luck, this should copy the sprites all the way down the screen, which we've got perfect. So just to show that in the debugger so you can see what's going on. So basically, each raster is being triggered 2 lines before the sprite is displayed, and it's just moving the position of the sprite, so when it gets drawn on the next line down, and we end up with this nice border all the way down here. Now, the final thing we can do is in finish here, we set this value back to 0, but then what we can also do is we can subtract 1 from this position here. And I'm going to do this using the X register just because it's easier rather than using the accumulator. Might as well just do it like this. So we take this value, we decrease X. We need to compare that to the original value, which is 32 minus 21. So if it reaches 17, no, not 17, so it's 32 minus 15, so that's so this would be 1D. If it reaches that, it gets put back to 32 again. Otherwise, we just store the value in here. Now this might be too fast, so we might have to put a timer count in here. Let's take a look. No, that looks alright, I think. Cool, so we've got... yeah, that's perfect actually, that's just the right speed, I think. So we've got a nice pattern moving over that side, so that's all done with sprites, which means we can draw stuff over the top of this and it will go behind it, or we can draw stuff underneath it, depending on how we do it. So the next step is to draw the border stuff at the top up here. So we need to make sure we're on the right character set now, so I need to go and just check what's in this character set. I have a funny feeling we need to do some adjustments with our character set, so let's just have a look. So we're using the character set F1000 at the moment. We need F800. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open another copy of this, and I'm going to import the character set that we've actually got currently at F800. Import character set. Which is this one. Yeah, so it's massively lacking. We don't have everything we need in it. So what I'm going to do, first of all, we need to trim this character set down a little bit. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to strip out these 4 characters at the end here. They're not used. And there's 4 at the end of every section. And that gives us exactly 240 characters. Now, the reason why that's important is because if you look in the asset section, actually not in there, let's have a look in the map down here. Our character set only actually goes up to FE100. Essentially, we need to leave the last few bytes alone. This character set will now go up to FF100. Which will leave these bytes alone for our vectors. I mean, we do have the garbage sprite, the garbage character covered properly. So let me export that. I think this is going to look a little bit odd on the bonus screen, I think. In fact, let me just have a quick look at the character set. So this is what we've got at the moment. And this is enough for us to do this entire screen here. And the full set of lowercase and uppercase, sorry, not lowercase, 1x1 and 2x2 characters for use in intro. So, because what I want to do is I want to have a scroller along the bottom here that's 2x2, so it's a bit bigger. And that's what all this character is here. It looks like junk, but it's not. It's the font that Steps made. You can't really see it the way it's laid out, but trust me when I say it's this 2x2 font up here, which we'll need for level bonus, but we'll also use it for a nice kind of scroller along the bottom. So, and maybe even for the credits, we may even do something funky with the credits and make it look a little bit different. One other reason I wanted to do this with sprites is because if we want to do some kind of I don't know, like a shimmer on the characters or something like that, and this was done with characters, then this would shimmer as well. But by having it separate as sprites, we can do what we want to the characters in the middle here, and it won't affect this. It also means that we can have orange as high res, which you wouldn't have been able to do if you're using multicolor on this screen, which we are up here for this border, and we wouldn't have got an overlap either. So at the moment this is going to go behind this section, and it would not have done that had it been characters. It would have just been a weird character animation that stopped at this location here and was blocky. So that's why I wanted to go with sprites in that area, and it means animating it in and out is going to be a bit easier as well. They're not incredibly easy because we do have the stretch sprite, so we need to deal with that properly, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay, so let's export this character set. Yep. So this is now the new intro chars, and we'll just quickly make sure that still works in the game. We're going to have to set a value. I'm going to have to do it through this stupid freaking... I need to check if there's a new version of Vice, actually, because the current version I've got has got some issues. So 461701. No, 461701. There we go. Okay, so I need to set my multicolor back. I'm not too worried about it right now, but I do need to set it back at some point. Because that just looks weird, but for now it's fine. And the double width as well. I'll do that when we exit the title screen. Maybe in the game setup or player setup or something. Okay, need to flip the switch. I just want to see what the bonus screen looks like. Okay, so it's kind of almost there. This is now wrong because we've got a proper font for this, but I kind of want to change this anyway. As you can see from the mock-up that we've got, it is going to change a little bit anyway. So yeah, things need moving across. This is going to come down a little bit. The player score is going to be a bit wider. There's a little bit of work to do, but as far as I'm concerned, that's fine. It's kind of the main thing was that this text was correct, and it is, so that's fine, and that this was right as well, which is all good. It looks good. There isn't really a lot of room for anything else in here, but that's fine as well. Okay. So next job is to draw that top section. So let's just draw it, and then I'll work out how to adjust it so we can set a position based on a value. So, well, actually, no, let's do it based on the value now. So that's probably quite easy to do. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines long. So it's got a position from 0 to 40. So 40 means fully extended. So let's set a position for the top to 40. Let's call it transition top index. And let's just set it to 40, which is 2, 8. And this is the value that's going to be used to kind of draw the correct amount of position on the screen. The way I'm going to do this, though, is I'm not going to draw... There's going to be 2 draw routines for this. One routine is just going to draw this line here. And the other routine is going to draw the whole thing. So the routine that draws the whole thing will just be called at the very beginning once, and the routine that draws this will be called at the end of the transition that moves this up and down, and it's going to be responsible for setting a vertical scroll value, and then also drawing that on the correct line as well, based on this value in here, which should actually be 28. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll go with this. If it's wrong, we can look at it again in a minute. So let's just do the top. Let's call it trim. Draw a top trim. So by that I mean this bottom section here. So this needs to be done at the end of this IRQ. So I'm gonna finish. Yep. So draw top trim. There we go. So I need to take the current position, which is what's it called, transition top index, and I need to work out first of all which row to draw those characters on. So that row is going to be what would it be? Let's see. So it would be drawn on the top row for 7, then drawn on for 8. Sorry, then drawn on the top row, then drawn on the top row, then drawn on the top row. So actually, this should stop at 27, not 28. So we need to divide that value by 8. So we will shift it to the right by 8. Is that right? Yeah. Shift it to the right by 8. Our assembly, you rock. It's red deal. Oh, you mean real deal? Yeah. You confused the hell out of me there for it. Yeah, this is what we do every week. This is normal now. So we're going to take that top index divided by 8. That's going to give us the row number that we need to go on. So then I'm going to transfer that to X, and then I'm going to load libs, tables, screen run. There we go. I've got X. Store that. Is this worth doing in self-mod? Let me have a look at the character colours in here. Yeah, I think this is fine to do in self-mod because everything down to here yeah, no, let's do it with self-mod. I think it should be fine. So this will be screen. Let's call it screen mod. +1, and we'll also store this in color mod +1, and then we will do the same with the upper byte, and this will be screen mod +2, and then here we need to add the upper byte of still color mod +2. Right, there we go. And now I need to take the value from in here, which is going to be actually it's just these should be removed actually, so I'm gonna clear them now because they shouldn't be there anymore, because they will actually be automatically behind this. The sprites will automatically go behind, so it's just these two here, so 27 and 28. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to store the number 27, and then I need to change this to 28. So this needs to toggle between 1B and 1C. So the easiest way to do this is to use probably an exclusive OR. or is it? Yes, exclusive all in 1C. No. Hang on, let's have a look at this in binary. So in binary, this is going to be 1 1 0 1 1 and 1 1 1 0 0. So I need to toggle between those two. So basically, I just need to flip that bit in that location. Yeah, that means take the high byte. Yeah, like 4i says. It's a kick assembly trick. Yeah. So it means look at the next 16-bit value, and take the upper 8 bits of it. I'm just trying to think what's the easiest way to flip between these 2 bits. So if I do an EOR on these bottom bits here, and then it will work, won't it? All right, let's program the loop and then we can think about it. So we've got 2 self mods here. So we've got a screen mod. Actually, the easiest way to do this is really simple. We've got screen mod and we've got color mod. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer X to the accumulator and it with O1 and add 1B. Then store that at beef, X. We'll do this backwards as well, so it saves a little bit. And then we're going to load the accumulator with red. And store that at also a beef, X, and decrease X. Actually plus to there, so I don't need to do that anymore. Right, hopefully that should draw something across the screen, and then we'll see. Hey old school coder, watching a bit of Terminator. The fact I always give about Terminator is Terminator runs on assembly. He runs on 6502. If you look at his code in his Windows, it's 6502. Okay, so hey Wisp96, yeah, it is indeed assembly. Yeah, in the first film, yeah. It's really cool. I like it. I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm not sure where it's from. I'd like to properly look at it and try and figure out where it's come from. But I love the fact that even the Terminator can't multiply and divide. Alright, let's sort the sprite priority out here. So, sprite priority register D01B. Okay, so back up at the beginning here. 01B. So in our initial set where we set the colours and stuff, this bit is like here. So this bit here. And we also need to set the character mode up as well. So we need to turn multicolor mode on. So we will take 016 and we will or that with it's probably Apple II ROM. Yeah, it probably is, actually, thinking about it. It was kind of the era, wasn't it, where Apple II was really kind of... Actually, yeah, no, it was, wasn't it? Because it was early early 80s, I think, wasn't it? So it would. It's either that or it's Atari 2600 maybe as well. There's a site somewhere that catalogues code from TV films. With some code from Apple. Oh, I think it was code from Apple II utilities. All right, cool. Yeah, it had to either be Apple or Atari. I wouldn't have thought it would have been the Commodore stuff, because Commodore, I think, Terminator was 83, I think, or so. So Commodore would have been out, I think. Can't remember. Someone remind me when Terminator was from. I'll look that up. I think it's 83. I might be wrong though. 84. Okay, I was out by 1 year. But then that would be the year it was released, so they would have probably had to set that stuff up like a year before or so. Okay, cool. So we're kind of there. Got the wrong character set in place now, so we need to switch to the right character set. So that's D018. So let's do that all in this section here. So we need to load. What do we want? We want to keep the same screen address, which is at C000. So screen memory will stay the same. So that's this bit here, but the font will be the last one, which is that. The only thing we're going to be missing now is probably the colours, but we might have to switch some colours though. No, that's perfect actually. Cool. So we need to change that black to the grey colour, but I'm not too fussed about that now. I like the fact that it's showing through perfectly, which is good. I did not see the sub. Sorry, I can't hear any. All my sound's gone. Thank you very much, Amok, for the sub, and welcome to the subs, Prince Faze. Thank you very much. Shalan Shimmer gets me every time. Yeah. Right, I'm going to take a very quick break because this is looking pretty good now. I wasn't sure whether I should animate this bit or not. We'll get the rest of it in, and then we'll have a look how it looks when it's animated. It might be a little bit much if it's moving as well, but this looks okay, I think, so far anyway. It's definitely doing what I wanted it to do anyway. All right, cool. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. And thanks for the follow as well, Wisp96. I missed that. My headphones auto turned off, and unfortunately OBS doesn't let you monitor a sound source from a headphone that wasn't initialized when you started OBS. So now it's gone off. I'd have to restart OBS. So made it more like waves. Yeah. Let's try smoothing it out a little bit. So it's just this bit here. So we need to keep this cut off here. So basically we need to smooth this area a little bit instead. So it would be more like, oops, one more. Be like that with it. 3, 2, 1, 1. Let's fill this area in and cut away and start to see it. So if that's the top, you'd want that to kind of be gradual. It's too square. Okay, so let's try that on the top section. So it's from here and across through. See, I like this kind of I don't know what you would call it, kind of review of stuff. I think we should be thinking about the game a lot like this, because it's important that this feels right. The whole point of this is well, there's this flip. So what you can do, I'll show you a nice little trick that you can do. So say you've got say you draw one half like this. What you can do then is you can copy it, you can flip it, and then you can copy in place and copy over the top. So you can kind of do it like that, yeah. So that is just to show you that. So you draw half, you copy it, edit, copy, flip it, and then paste into. We'll let you paste your stuff over the top of what you've already got. So let's export that sprite. I think I just exported it, but let's export it again anyway. Let's give that a run. Okay, it's a bit too square at this location here. I think I need to smooth out those. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create 24 animations here. And then I'm just going to plonk this in down here so I can see it. There we go. Alright, so I think if I smooth out that bit here. Kind of looks alright, I guess. Yeah, let's go with that. It's a small change, but I think it will make a difference. It's too square. There's like it's very square where it finishes off there. I'm not keen on it. Yeah, that looks nice. I like that. Cool. Cool. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is when this line is drawn, if this is not the top row, then it's also going to draw a line of characters behind it. And the reason for that is as we animate out, it will save us having to think about drawing that line behind. So let's... Oh, steps! You're not doing very well on this stream. I'll have to set that up, the new gamble feature at some point. Thank you, Decor29. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, so that's this bit here. So currently this is just drawing... it's just drawing this one row. But what I want to do now is... I'm going to do that again. I'm just going to call that exit there. However, if it is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the values in screen mod and colour mod. And I'm going to subtract 20 from it. Sorry, 40 from it. And actually this does not need... It's only ever going to be in the top section, I think. I can't think of any reason why it would need to go further down the screen. So I'm going to just do it with this value and not bother about the second one. And I'm going to call this screen mod 2. And then I'm going to load... Actually, I don't need to do that. Just do it up here. So this should be screen mod 2. This would be color mod 2. And this would be color mod 2. And then basically this same loop, but instead of toggling a char, we don't need to do that. Instead, what we will do is we will just put whichever character it's going to be, which is going to be this one here, which is character 41. And a colour of 2. So now we should get another row of characters just behind it. I mean, it's the wrong character, but why is it the wrong character? Actually, that's weird. Oh, I know. Because no, that should be fine. Oh, I know. It's because of that. There we go. Oops. Oh, why is it not drawing that character there, though? Oh, because that needs to be there. There we go. Change colour mode. Oh, no, I've got it. There we go. So now, in theory, what I should be able to do, and this is going to be very quick, but we can start kind of doing the transition properly now. So if I start on transition top index, okay, so I know I've got 0 here, but there is going to be some conditional stuff here soon. So this could be 0 or it could be 27. And then what I'm going to do is in the end here, I'm just going to load X with transition top index, piece X, compare X, 27, sorry, compare it to 28, bunch is not equal to here, otherwise load X with 27. So it's going to happen very quickly. But we should hopefully see that thing animate in like so. So all we need to do now is add the screen scroll into that as well. I am going to start by setting the screen scroll to 24 rows and reset the vertical scroll to 0. So basically I need to take D011 up here, which we've got here, and turn off those values. So this should work again exactly the same, but now it should be on 24 rows, which is good. It's not an awful lot of room for the title up here, but I think it's probably fine. I mean, we can go to 6 rows. There's nothing stopping us going 6 rows down. So if I change the limit, which was here, to 30, we'll change this to 2F. It should go down 1 extra row now. Yeah, that's better, I think. Okay. The reason why 6 rows is perfect is because at no point does the high byte of any of these screen addresses cross a boundary. This is all done within 1 page, so otherwise we'd have to change the code a little bit, but not much. I mean, it wouldn't be a big problem, but I think that's fine. So the final thing we need to do is before we finish, we need to take the top index. So this is going to be increment or decrement index to animate. We need to take that top index, we need to AND it with 07. And then we'll store that in a temporary location. We've got some temporary variables in the 0 page stuff, which I thought I had open on there, but apparently I don't. I'm actually going to create a new temp down here just for this. So I'm going to call it title card temp 1. So it's a single byte. There we go. So store that here. Then I need to load D011 and it with 4, 5, 2, 3, and then OR it with title card temp 1. Store that at D0. Hopefully what we should see is this moves smoothly down instead of jerking down like it does currently. Okay, no, we see. Oh my god. See, I saw that this time. Thank you for the follow, Marine Detorrent, and thank you for the raid, Hayes. Unfortunately, my headphones are completely broken, so I can't hear alerts, so you're lucky I've heard that. No Creatures 3, sorry. There is no Creatures 3. And you've heard that from Thalamus. Although Thalamus has been saying that there's no Creatures 3 for a while, so probably not the most trustworthy of sources. Okay, why for some reason that isn't working properly, so let's just turn that off a sec. Rainbow Islands, Parasol Stars. Yeah, so tonight, even if there were, yeah, I would say that, you're right. Tonight, when we finished with the code, we're going to look at playing Rainbow Islands on the C64, or Parasol Stars on the PC Engine, or Ikaruga on the... I don't know, I've got 3 Ikaruga on the GameCube. So I've got the OSSC working now, so I should be able to stream PC Engine. I know the GameCube has got an RGB output, so I have to use this stupid, crappy converter that I've got. Can you give me your game to make it look nice, please? It looks good, Hayes. Don't diss it. The yellow background here is partly kind of because of your red title screen, so don't dish UI at all. I was gonna go with the usual black background, and I saw your title screen and I liked how it looked, so I had to think about how I could kind of spruce it up. And then I played Mario Golf and I saw those transitions and I was like, right, okay, this is what I want. And then I remembered Sonic 2 and the way that looked, and that's what this is kind of trying to do. It's a kind of combination of 3, but yeah, I'm partly inspired by your UI, so don't diss it. Yeah, exactly, it's Sonic 2. It's exactly what it's about. What's that animation? I like that. Melon Axe. God, you really have a ridiculous amount of emotes. Shall I'm pissed? No, I'm not. I'm serious. I like the fact that you've used a red background. I mean, you have a look at title screens on games. There are very, very few games that use anything other than a black background and for a title screen, and it's really shit when you think about it. Yeah, Haze does have every emote ever created, doesn't he? It's crazy. It's absolutely mental. Alright, so we kind of got this working, but for some reason the scroll down doesn't work quite right, and I'm not sure why, because it should be working here. So we're taking the index from the top, we're just taking the bottom 3 bytes, yep, then we're loading D011, we're ANDing that with everything but the bottom 3 bytes, and then we're putting that. See, this should work, this should definitely work. Let me just double check I've got the right value here. I think I might have the wrong value. D011, no, it should be fine. It should be correct. I don't know why that's not working. Oh, the high byte here should... Oh, no, because we're ANDing it. We're not... okay, this should be fine. Alright. Yeah, because all the high score screens are done by crackers. Yeah. Yeah, it's a real shame, because the problem is that the colours have been designed on the C64 to be very kind of complementary, and the lumas are kind of designed to be in a certain way. But what that does mean is that it's difficult to create a nice background that isn't black. And so almost all title screens are black, because you want to be able to read the text. But the way I see it is, if you think of black as kind of the dark kind of colour with bright colours on top of it, just flip it on its head. I mean, even a white screen with black text doesn't look terrible, but it would look different. So I left the windows open the whole day. My cats have been going crazy. They do that chatter thing where they look at a fly and just go and make a stupid noise. Yeah, they've been going mad. Right, for some reason it gets stuck here, and I'm not sure why. It seems to be related to this, but I'm not entirely sure why that would be. Right, let's put a breakpoint in and see what happens when we get to that, because it seems to be breaking straight away. So kitty chittering. The cat bird chatter. Yeah, it is that chatter. It's really funny when they do it. I don't know why they do it, but they do, and it's just freaking hilarious. I love it. I'll keep looking at the Streamlabs info stream to make sure nobody's followed. There haven't too many bits in the AND. I don't think so. Well, I can see it in here, kind of. No, and F8. There you go. So it should be fine. So if we look at here, D011 is 10, and that's because the screen is scrolled all the way up to the top at the moment, which is why you can't see the thing on here. In fact, you can't see it because it's happening down here at the moment. The raster, yeah, the raster Y is at 102, so the raster's down here somewhere. So let's advance it a little bit. So the accumulator is 0. Load D011 and F8. The accumulator is now 90. Ah, okay. We need to get rid of that there. That's why. Because reading this value and writing this value are two different things. So if we read this value, it tells us where the raster is. If we write to that, the 9th bit of the raster, if we write to that value, we're telling it where the next interrupt needs to be. So we need to make sure we always keep that blank. So weirdly, we need that to be 0 there. Okay, let's close that. Let's give that a try. Hopefully that should move down smoothly now. I've got a breakpoint. I'm gonna, damn it. Let's get rid of that breakpoint. Perfect. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to use easing functions to move this down. So now we've got this moving, we can set any value from 0 to 47, I believe, and it's gonna move that thing into the right position. So what I want to do now is I want to use easing functions. So in order to do this, I'm going to it's got some easing functions in it. I don't think I've got any in here. Let me open a new window. I'm going to have to do this over the other side just in case I need to look in the projects that I can't show you. So new window. Right, let me just do this over here one sec. I think it's probably in .cosmos actually. So still appears over here. Perfect. Projects. Let me just check in .cosmos because I think it is in there. I think I put some easing functions in there not long ago. Where would it be though? Lib easing. Yeah, but here we go. All right, so these are macros. So I'm going to put them in this macro here, and then I'm going to explain what they're doing. So anybody who's used easing functions before will know what they are. If you don't know what they are, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a website now, which will hopefully explain what they are. I think most people who've done Flash or any kind of front-end coding in the past 10-15 years will probably know what they are. Basically, what they do is they allow you to create animations aren't just linear. So these are all the easing functions. So if you look at actually of all these, there's no linear in here. Basically, you see this little ticker at the side. So this is the value over time. So a normal kind of animation like we've got at the moment is completely linear. So it's a straight line like this. If you imagine this is the position on the screen and this is time, you can see that this is going to ease. It's called easing because it eases things out. Robert Penner's easing functions. It's going to ease things in at a particular rate. So if you imagine this little white ticker, let's do it on here. So you see the little ticker at the side. As I scroll over it, just notice how it's not linear. It starts off fast and then slows down. And likewise, you can have them that go quicker and slower. Then you've got ones that bounce as well. You've got ones that bounce at both ends, ones that have got a bit of elasticity in it. And you're probably used to seeing this in probably in transitions on TV programs and things like that, but also in mobile apps. They've gone to town on it. So if you've ever played Candy Crush or any of the games from King, you'll know that anytime a button appears on the screen or a message appears on the screen, it doesn't just appear, it doesn't just slide in, it's got some kind of bounce or it's got some other crap that goes on inside it. And so it's just basically using that. Now what I want is, I want to use a bounce function. So I'm actually going to copy this. It's called ease out bounce. So it is this function here. And you see how it kind of drops in and then bounces. And that's what I want to use. I can give you a link to that in a second. Just let me show you. So what I'll show you how to do it. Go to Google and type Coldfade PDF, and it'll be your top link on there every time. So I'll drop a link to that on there. Where's my OBS gone? So what you can do is if you search for these easing functions, there's a guy called Robert Penner, as Hayes said, and he's created these easing functions in various languages. Now, JavaScript is the easiest one to use in this situation. So what you do is you look through, you find the function that you want. So I'm going to grab the function that I want, which is ease out bounce. Ease out bounce, which is this one. and then go into macros. I'm just going to paste it in here so you can see it. And then underneath, I'm going to paste the actual, the final version of it. Which looks like that. Actually, let me paste that version over this side, and then you can see it a bit easier. So all you have to do is convert this from this version into a kick version, and the way you do that is you create a function, you create a macro like this, which returns a list of bytes. So what this is going to do, you give it a start position, you give it an end position, and you give it a length, like how many steps it's going to take. So in this case, we're saying we want to start at 0, we want to go to 47, and we want that to be in 100 steps. And then what this routine will do, it runs this loop here, which is the length, so it creates 100 bytes. So it's just a simple for loop, which goes from 0 to 100. And then for each value in that loop, it does these easing functions. So you can see there's a little bit of difference that you have to do. So you have to you can't do this in Kick Assembler, so you have to kind of calculate that ahead of time. And then you can do the comparison. But you can see it is pretty much exactly the same. There's almost no difference in it. We don't need to use floor because we need to use floor here because we want the value to be in a byte. But you can see it's exactly the same going down. I will put this into the code, so it will be there. Follow. Okay, so thank you for the host, Sin Lao, and thank you for the follow, Mordem. I do apologise, my headphones aren't working. I can't hit any of the alerts. So yeah, let's have a quick look before I implement this at just what the animation looks like now, so we can see what it looks like, and we can compare it against the final result. So you see, it's very linear. It doesn't there's no speed up, no slowdown. It's the same speed all the way down, and it just stops when it gets to the end. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I am going to save this easing function file that I've got on my desktop. And these are based on the JavaScript easing functions. And then I am going to slap this into Discord. So if you're on my Discord, can somebody just shout out my Discord? If you're on where's code snippets? If you're on my Discord, if you go to code snippets, which is one of the archived folders, I will post this now in there, and you should be able to compare this. You should be able to compare this against the original easing functions from Robert Penner, and you can see how I've done it, and you should be able to implement it in the same way. And then I'll show you how we actually create, because what you do is you create a table from this. So I'll show you how we do the tables. So let me just do a search for so this was in .cosmos, and this is used for, I can't actually remember what it's used for now. I think it's used for a few of the animations that I have to do with the characters. So let me just find out where that is. It's like ease. Oh, that's a lot of code. What's that showing all that crap? I don't need all that. And then right at the end there is. Oh, actually, it's not being used properly in .cosmos. Let me open .cosmos 1. I know for a fact it's been used in .cosmos 1 because the screen transition, the timeline transition is definitely being used. Projects, .cosmos 1, select that folder. I'm showing you the code for this. And God, this was back when I really didn't know how to do neat folders. Mind you, I still don't, to be fair. This game. Somewhere there's a table that uses it, and I can demonstrate how it works. It's actually quite. In fact, I can just show you. It's quite simple. So once you've got those macros in place, what you should be able to do then. So we're going to use this ease out bounce. It's the only one I'm importing at the moment. What you can do then is you can create a table. So I'm going to create a table. I'm going to do it. Let's do it here. And let's call this top transition. Just call it transition in for now. And then you call the macro. So, and this will create a table at this location. So ease out bounce, right? And what we want to do is we want to start at 0. We want to go to 47, and we want this to maybe be 100 bytes long. Actually, no. Let's make it 50, and that's going to create a table that's 50 long. That has the values easing through that. So now what we can do is in here. So instead of setting this value directly, we will still increment this value, but we'll increment it up to the length of this table. So we're going to put that in there, and we're going to compare this to the length of that table. If it is equal to the length of that table, then I am going to make sure it's reset to that -1, so it's right at the end of the table. And then here, transition top index. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to store this here. So I'm going to call this ease index, and I'm going to calculate that by loading the transition index and then looking it up in a table, and now we have that there. So now I just need to go through here and just change it there as well, and there as well. This one can stay the same because this is the one that's actually going to increment, and hopefully now when we run it, okay, almost correct. The only thing it's doing wrong now is it's still drawing a line underneath. So we need to make sure that when we draw this row here, that we then also draw a row of blank characters underneath it. So we can do that quite easily by changing this routine a little bit. So we'll change this to 4F, and then we'll do a little comparison here. So we'll compare, well, first of all, we'll load the accumulator with 0, and then we'll compare X to 2.8, and if it's 2.8 or more, then we'll just jump straight to screen mod. Otherwise, we will grab a value based on that. Okay, so hopefully now you should see that drops in kind of nicely. There we go. We've got a nice, you see the bounce come in, and we can piss around with that now. So we should be able to change the speed of it, so make it a much longer transition. So it's now 150 frames instead of 50 frames. Cool. But I kind of liked it at that fast speed. I think it kind of works. Let's maybe do it at 70, see what it's like at double the speed. It looks good. That's exactly what we want. And you can mess around with these functions a little bit as well. Yeah, let me, as Warlock's just said, let me drop some links for these easing functions. So this is a site with everything you should need on it. I'll put it into Discord, and I'll drop it into here as well. Yeah, I think when I go for the next smoke break, I will put a straw poll up. I think you can do straw poll on here, can't you, somehow? Is it poll or something? No. I can't remember how to do it. I'll figure out how to do it. Vote, is that what it is? Okay. Streamlabs straw poll. Sad that I have to look this up all the time. Really? I thought it was just a really quick way of doing it. Okay. Open a setup to create a poll. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'll do that before the next break. So, what I want to do now, let's save that file. Is I want to do the same with this side thing as well. So this is a little bit more complicated because now we've got an expanded sprite and then another sprite on that side. So we need to change the X position of the sprites at the very top of the screen. We don't have to do it once because they just duplicate with the Y position down the screen. But we need to set the X position and the expand of the expand of the first sprite and the X position of both sprites based on the position across the screen. So we'll do the same again with this. We will have another value up here. We'll call it transition side index. And this goes from, well, it's from 0 to 72, so let's just put the top value at 72 to begin with. So 72 is 4.8, and for now I'm just going to put the side index in here as 4.8 as well. And then when we do draw top trim here, we'll just before that we'll do set side sprites. Set side sprites, right? So the job of set side sprites is to take that value from here and work out where to position things. So the easiest way to think about this is if we take that position, side sprite position, when that's all the way out at 72, that means that both sprites, the first set of sprites is right at the edge of the screen, the next sprite is across. The border is 24 wide, so take a poll, no poo. Yeah, I've got the I've got that working. That's fine. Yeah, so actually when both sprites are fully extended, you can see from the positions that we set in the X registers, which are here, the second sprite is actually at 72. And that's because the border is one sprite wide. So if you imagine it fully extended, the end of the right sprite is 72 pixels away from the border, but the border is a sprite wide. So the actual X position of that sprite is 72. So we can store the value of that one, which is here. There we go. We can store this at D00E. Now, to get the other one, what we need to do is we now need to subtract 48 from that value and store that here. In that one there. Now, that sounds like that's all we need to do, but I'll show you why that's not the case. I'm going to put a little, get rid of this one. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it in the debugger. And I'm going to change this value on the fly, and you should see why that's not the case. You miss what effect I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to get both of these two border things to come out at the same time and bounce. So the whole screen is kind of being framed. So this is our content area. This is going to be for additional information just in the level bonus. In the title screen it will be empty, but in the level bonus it will have the crown data in it here. And this will contain any titles. So on the title screen it will be the game title. On the level bonus screen it will be the words level bonus or something similar, and then this will contain the content. So in the case of this screen it's going to be the count up, the stuff you see there, but on the title screen it will be like the high score and a scroller along the bottom. So this is essentially the title screen at the moment. So this is the title screen at the moment. Let me try and get this working. Okay, so if I run this in the debugger now, we should be able to see where that value is, which is 4677. Okay, so if I go to 4677, as you can see it's wrong now because it's jumping all over the place. It shouldn't be doing that. So something's automatically updating that and shouldn't be updating that. Partition top index, partition side index. Okay, where's that happening? Oh, side sprite positions, not side sprite positions. It's this one I need. Oops. Helps you use the right value. There we go. Stream is glitching. Still getting no drop frames. It's actually been really solid the last couple of weeks, but now I've said that it's probably going to crash, but it's been a lot more solid than it had been in the past. Okay, so at the moment, so ignore this down here. This is going to be very misleading because it's only ever going to show the two sprites. We're multiplexing them all the way down the screen. So we're going to try and change the position of this. And if I go to 4677, you can see that the position is at 48. Now, if I decrease that, it will start moving inwards. And things are looking kind of okay. Things are going all right. I'm moving at 8 at a time. But once I get to a certain position, and look what happens, this sprite ends up over the other side. And that's because what I'm doing is I'm subtracting the positions, and now this sprite has been moved all the way back round to the other side. So it's the poll. I've not started the poll yet though. Oh. I didn't see that. Abusing your admin powers. That's gonna be Acmafin. Not Acmafin, sorry, Hayes. Sorry, Acmafin. I've had a few polls at my expense. I don't see them, that's the thing. I only see them when I look over here. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that if any of these values goes less than 0, that it gets locked to 0. And in the case of this sprite here, if it goes less than another value, then if it goes less than 0, it needs to have its expansion turned off. So let's start by just locking these values to 0. So actually, I don't think this one ever needs locking to 0. This one, however, does. So at this point here, if the value is plus, then we can just jump straight to here. If it's less than 0, then I'm going to store it at 0 here. However, if the value is less than... hang on, how do I do this? Let's start up here. Let's start by doing our expansion, which is D01B, is it, I think? No, D01D. So it's this one here. So we're going to start by turning that expansion on. So the default is that the expansion will be on. However, if it's less than 0, I'm going to turn that expansion off and see if that fixes our issue. That might be enough at this point. I can't believe I missed the missed the polls. Yeah, it's because because the sprite is going into negative values, it doesn't actually go off the screen there. It just wraps around to the other side. So we don't want that wrap around at all. So I'm just gonna work my way around it instead. Just want to check. This might be a really easy fix. It might be something I need to do just another check-in, but so far no. Okay, so I need to do one more thing, which is to make sure so this turns the expansion off. I'm going to push it into the accumulator here, and then pull it from here, and then I need to check if it is less than what would it be? Oh no, I just need to add 24 to it. I think that should be enough. I think if I just do that, that's probably enough. So let's try that. Yeah, not going to happen though, because there is no creatures to. Sorry to disappoint, guys. I did like the way Andy from Thalamus was just taunting you guys even more as well with it. So, yeah, this looks good. Looking good. Let's get all the way down. Oh no, okay, so we've got a problem here. Where it's still going into minus. So we just need one final check here. Wait, why is that going into minus? So if it is minus, it comes to here. Oh, okay. So and then branching plus to here. Otherwise, there we go. Right, I think that's it now. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the follow, Arald Guri, and thank you for the follow, Colbert 2019. As I say, my headphones aren't working today, so I don't hear any of the alerts, unfortunately. So thanks, guys, for pointing that out. I'm definitely keeping an eye on the chat because you guys are up to no good. Okay, so let's go down to 2-0. That's fine. 1-8. That's fine. 1-0. 0-8. Okay, there's a little bit of glitching going on down here. I'm not entirely sure why, but let's try animating these in there. So we can do the same thing again. So this is setting the side sprites, and then at the very end, we can do the same thing we did before. But this time we'll use transition side index. And we'll change this to side transition in. Flintstones. You should have consumed 3 bottles of wine. Yeah, I'm doing really bad today, actually. I need to get some wine down, don't I? I'm in the zone, that's what it is. Just get some more wine in me. I'll set that poll up in a minute. So, same again. We'll do side transition this time. And this time we're going to go from 0 to 72 minus 1, so 71, like that. And then we need to do the same thing here. So I'm going to load X with that value, load accumulator with side transition in, comma X. And then I'm going to set the value to 0 up here. And hopefully we should get both sides bouncing in if this has all worked. Cool. Right, there's a little bit of a glitch at the bottom. We'll sort that out in a minute. But you can see it. That kind of looks nice. Now, if you imagine that straight after that transition, it's going to look good. So there is a little bit of a glitch down here. Now, I think actually before I go, I'm going to try and fix that now. I think that is probably as simple as changing wherever the hell it is, this subtraction here. So I'm just going to do 4 instead of 2, just so it happens a little bit sooner. Hopefully that might just fix it. If it doesn't, then we can... Okay, no, there's still a little bit of a glitch down here, but we can figure out what that is. The see-through bit in the wavy lines. Yes, that is deliberate so that you can see this behind it as well. And this is going to be changed to a grey colour as well in a minute, but this is looking pretty good. What I want to do next is implement the transition complete callback so that when this is finished it goes to the normal title screen, which now we'll position in the middle of here. We'll just keep the press fire for now, and then we'll go through and just make sure that the game plays through, and then we'll try and apply it to the bonus as well. And then if I get all that finished before 2 o'clock, 2:30, then I will take a look at doing the title screen scroller. Okay, so poll what to play tonight. Response is minimum 2, well, obviously. And let's put that on for... Let's put it on for 10 minutes, just so everybody spots it. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to take a quick break now, guys. And when I come back, we'll tie this all together. But I'm quite pleased with that. I think it looks nice. I think the transition, the bounces look kind of good. So I'm going to take a quick break now. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Okay? Be right back. And there's your poll. And I'm back. It's looking like Rainbow Islands, but let's leave it for now, see how it ends. Which is good, because I can play Rainbow Islands. The other two I'm not... Well, actually, I can play Parasol Stars as well, but Ikaruga, I've got no clue. It's also the one thing I've not looked through the capture ever, so I wouldn't know if it's going to work or not. I mean, it should do. There's no reason it shouldn't, but it's one for another day, I think. I'll show you my easy this thing. This is my lovely Japanese GameCube with a tiny little SD card reader that goes in the bottom. It's a great little piece of kit. I love it. Yeah, it's the orange one. It's the it's orange spice or something it's called. It's really nice. It's a Japanese one. I've got orange controllers to go with it as well. It's kind of nice. It's fully refurbed. I think it's had a new laser put in it. Not that you need the laser really, because you use the SD card. You only need to read the boot disc, and that's it. Yeah, I've got a Wii as well. I could technically play it through the Wii, but I kind of wanted to play it on original hardware, and I've always wanted to own a GameCube. I got my son one a long time ago. How old would he have been? I think it was about 6 or 7. I got him a GameCube, and it's probably his favorite console that he's ever had as well. When I sent him pictures of that one, he was like, "Oh my god, you have to play." I have to come down and I have to play Twilight Princess with you, which is a bit thing because I'm not a big fan of Zelda, but I will play it. But yeah, I'm going to get a Game Boy player for it as well, because that's partly why I've got it. So when I get the Game Boy Color game up and running, I can then play it on stream as well. So Microsoft Edge problem with the polls. Well, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me actually. Edge isn't that great. What even is Edge? I think I might try just giving these a little bit of a scroll as well, just to see how this looks scrolling. I'm just trying to think, is it going to be easy to do? Yeah, it probably is actually. Let's give it a try. Let's see what happens if we scroll it. So let's get rid of this. It's too big. In our function, where was it? In transition to set side sprites, draw top trim, animate top trim. So in order to animate this, what I need to do is I need to move the bytes from 2 characters across by 2 at a time, and the characters are character 27 and character 28. So if I bring up the calculator and work out where they are, so character 27, I'm going to do this in decimal, 27 times by 8 is D8, so F8D8 is where, so it's going to be F8D8 and F8E0. They're the 2 locations that I need to scroll. And then I need to do this 8 times, 1 for each line. So I need to load the value from F8D8, X, and I need to shift this to the right, and then I need to roll the value to the right that's in F8E0, X, and that's going to move all the bits across by 1 and set the carry flag. So if the carry flag is clear, then I don't need to do anything. When I jump to here, I'm going to label this loop. However, if the carry flag isn't clear, then what I need to do is I need to OR the accumulator with 80 to turn that bit on at the end, and then store that value at F8DX, like so. And I need to do this twice, so rather than create another loop, I'm just going to copy it like so. And then I'm going to increase that. In fact, I'll do it backwards. and start this at 7 instead. There we go. Right, so that should, in theory, animate the top trim. So let's see if it works. Okay, it doesn't. It's done some. In fact, it's completely emptied this. I don't know what it's done. It's done something really odd there. Okay. I mean, we're definitely hitting the right values because it's cleared them. Okay, let's just do one at a time. So we take the value in that location, shift it to the right, roll this one to the right. Okay, let's... I'm not sure why that doesn't work, that's weird. Because it's not updating at all, it's just doing that one character and not doing anything in the second one. Okay, let's just get rid of that, and hopefully this will scroll one character. No, it's not, it's clearing it completely, that's weird. Okay, let's just get rid of all of that, see what happens. This should do nothing, but it shouldn't clear that character. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the follow, Mustang DSG, and welcome to the stream, dude. As I mentioned before tonight, you're new to the stream, so you won't have heard it. My headphones are broken. I can't hear any alerts at the moment, which is kind of par for the course to me, to be honest. Thank you very much for the follow, dude. It's appreciated. Close all the windows. Have I cancelled something out here? Oh, I did have it right in the first place, but this should be looped. That's the problem here. Okay, we're getting a bit of flickering, and I think that's just because of the timing now. What we're doing is taking too long. So we need to change, we either need to optimize some of the code to stop this flickering from happening, or we need to move one of the things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this animate top trim, and I'm going to do this instead in here, but only if let's see, restore it here. We'll do it here. Okay, so we're going to do this animation, but only if the value... Actually, we can do it here. Let's do it before we go to there. So we're going to load this value here, and we're going to compare that to 33. And if it's more than 33, then we're going to jump to here. Otherwise, we're going to do that animation. So now it's going to only happen in that sprite area instead at the top rather than in the middle. It should make it a little bit smoother, I think. There we go. So we are getting a glitch down here. This is now no longer working. So let's have a look at why that's no longer working. Error 33. If it's more than 33, go to here. So what would it be here? So it would be 32. Okay, let's load it into the X, that's why. Because we're overriding it here, so. You need to push pull A, don't you? Let's have a look. Oh yes, I do, because I'm going into this function here, so I definitely need to push and pull it. Thank you. Thank you for yeah, that should be fine, I think. Let's have a look how that works. No. Let's just get rid of this whole thing so it always animates. Let's just make sure it always animates. It's going to animate really fast because it's going to do it every single yeah, so it does work. It's just going really quick. Okay, so What I'm trying to make sure is that it only happens once. And this is the Y position, and the Y position goes from... Oh, it's always going to be more than this. So... Is it that? No. Oh, because we're adding 15 to it here. We're already doing the addition here. So this actually needs to be here, like so. There we go. That would be 33 again. There we go. Cool. What do you think? Does it look alright? I think it looks kind of okay. I think maybe a bit slower. It's just a little bit too fast. I think it needs to skip every other frame, I think. Now, the question is, do we automatically update the ticker? So we do have a timer somewhere. I can't remember where it is, though, now. So we're looking 0 page. I know I've got it in here somewhere. ZP counter, there it is. I just want to check to see if this is actually being updated in here. I think it might be, so... no, okay, it's not. It's being updated in the intro loop, so I'm going to update it manually in here, because at this point we're actually overriding any IRQs and we're using our own IRQs, so we'll do it in this IRQ here as well, and then here we'll do the push here, and we'll do the pull here, and then I can actually like that. There we go. It should slow it down a little bit then. Yeah, that's better. I like it. And it actually shows through the gaps, which is nice, which is what why I left those gaps out like that. Just needs color cycling on readable text. Right, it is going to have a text scroll, but it's going to be down here, and it's going to be 2x2 text, and it's not going to be unreadable. It's going to be perfectly readable. The reason I want a scroller in, I wouldn't normally put a scroller in a game unless it's a kind of collaborative effort like this. So the reason I'm doing it is to kind of add. Oh, I can't hear that. Thank you for the raid, Jace, and welcome to the stream, Jace, and everybody that's come along with Jace. How's it been going? Have you been doing some task stuff tonight? What have you been up to? Let's get some more wine in you. Oh, did the vote end? How did the vote end, by the way? I didn't see. I'm assuming it was Rainbow Islands, but I missed it. How do you see the result of the poll? Seriously? I think it was Rainbow Islands. 7 hours of GTA 3, wow. Parasol Stars PC, I knew you would say that, Steps. Hey Mercusaur, Rainbow Islands, thank you, Hayes. Is there a way of seeing those results? It seems a bit crazy that you can't just see the poll results. Playthrough. Luna playthrough. Poll results. Results. No, poll. No, that's weird. Poll closed didn't show results. I wonder if it's on the site somehow. Stream manager. Let's have a look. Yeah, I don't see... Probably buried in Twitch somewhere. Yeah, I think so as well. I'm just gonna quickly read through this page just to see. Save settings. No, you're done. Yep. No messages. No, I just want to know how to get the poll results, please. And see the progress. So what you need to do is click Start Poll. Oh, okay. Maybe it's in Streamlabs. Let me have a look at Streamlabs. God, the Streamlabs login page does my head in. You've got Pokimane on there doing a stupid thing. Sorry, I'm just not a big fan, to be honest. Polls, that's it. There's just no recent events. Here we go. Maybe it's in here. No. All I can see is the follows, live actions, no, giveaways. Wow, so they've got this whole system set up and you can't actually check the fucking results. Final results. Polls. I guess that would have worked for you though, right? Yeah, anyway, it's going to be Rainbow Island, so that's fine. I think I've got that already, but if anybody can find a G64 version, I would rather play that. So because that is going to be completely crack free, and I trust that way more than anything I trust from CSDB. So cool. I kind of like that. I like the fact it animates as it comes down as well, which is kind of nice. So we need to put a completion thing into this as well. So we do have the is complete. So we just need to set that when it gets to the right value. So at the very end here, we can do a check. So check completes. Polls icon to create a dashboard. Ah, okay. I know what that is. Add. New community. What is that? Manage your poll. Let's have a look. Okay, manage poll. Oh, there we go. View results. Yeah, so Rainbow Islands, as somebody said, won with 64% more votes than Ikaruga or Parasol Stars combined. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Vote breakdown. I don't know what that means, but yeah, alright. So it's definitely going to be that. Cool, thanks Hayes, that's really useful. Now I've got a poll button on there. I guess that means I can add a poll. Yeah, new poll. Oh, cool, that makes it much easier to do a poll. Cool. Alright, check complete. Okay, so check complete. For now, this transition is only going one way, but the whole point of this is that we can transition it both ways. At the moment, it's just going one way. I'm not going to worry too much about the transition. Actually, maybe I will. Maybe I will do the transition out. Just thinking about it now. Yeah, there's no reason not to do the transition out, I guess. So let's just make the complete check for this now. So we need, pardon me, we need to check top index and side index to make sure they're both at the maximum values. So we're going to load transition top index, and we're going to compare that to the same check we were doing down here, which was this here, but -1. And if it's not the same, then we go to exit, and exit just returns. And then we need to do the same with the transition side index, which I believe is just side transition in. And this just makes sure that if they're both different lengths that we can still exit. And then this would be 0, 1, install that in is complete. Okay, so let's have a look how that's going to work. So this is our intro, so we do the normal intro, then we'll go to title screen initialize, which is in here. And title screen initialize is just going to show the press fire action. It is going to set the background to black, so we'll get rid of that. And then update is going to wait for the screen to get to this point. Flash the text, set the color ramp, check the joysticks. Okay, I think that might just work. Let's have a look. Okay, so we've got a CPU jam. So let's have a look. So it is kind of doing something, but we're getting a CPU jam in here. So I'm going to put an RTS in here so the update doesn't actually happen. And see if it's the update that's causing it. Thank you for the follow, Lazy Shirk, as well. Welcome to the stream. Oh wow, that's done all sorts of weird stuff. And thank you for the bits as well, Hayes. Unfortunately, I can't hear any of the readouts, so text to speech is kind of wasted today. Fortunately, he's just trying to get to the top of the cheerboard. Okay, so it's doing something weird here. I think this is because the update actually requires a flag to be set. So we're definitely getting the word press fire on the screen. But it seems like anything else in here, yeah, so clear carry flag, come out here. Okay, so oops, let's put that back again. Increase ZP counter, jumps on entire screen update, which is coming into here. Branching carry clear to intro loop. Oh, okay, so what we need to do now, we still need the IRQs to be running. So this is what's happening with wrong here. We still need the IRQs to be running, which they are doing. But what we need to make sure that happens is when we actually do the check complete, we first of all we check if this is already set to 1. If it's set to if it's non-zero, then we jump straight to exit. So if it's not equal to 0, then we go to exit. And then in the transition 1, which is this one here, we only do this if it's equal to 1. So we make sure that this only happens once. Otherwise we jump to here and we jump straight out, this is the thing that's going to call the callback. We still want these IRQs to fire, because these IRQs are what are going to control all the animations and stuff. So once it's set to 1, it will come into this block of code here, and then we'll instantly increment it to 2. In fact, we won't increment it, we'll actually store the value 2 in is complete, and that means that won't trigger again now, which should mean that we get proper behavior here. Okay. Another symbol is because I can't spell. Okay, so we're getting a bit of glitching down here. This is probably because the update is okay. So let's have a look. Up screen update. Okay. let's have a look. So if the counter is at 1, then if it's not at 1, we jump to here. If it is at 1, we do this, which just sets our return from interrupt. So when we return, we go back to this block of code here. So really, this should be working. Let's have a look what's going on in the debugger, because it seems to be trying to do it right, but then it's failing kind of part way through. So I don't know if it's to do with the initializing here, setting something up a bit weird. The update is just returning, so there shouldn't be any problems there. It is a Ben Dalglish playlist tonight. It's I thought, why not? It's all good music. So I'm going to turn it up a bit because I can't hear it. So okay, so it looks like we are getting into this function. Let me just... And then it's like failing at this point. It's not going any further than here. It's doing half the screen and then it's stopping. Let's get rid of that in there and just see what happens. Okay, so we're getting the colour cycling, but we are getting glitches over here. Another one bites the dust. Congrats on the 999999. What? What did you do? Confused. Okay, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. We don't need the ZP counter anymore. Actually, maybe that's what the problem is. Maybe we don't need the ZP counter anymore because it's been done in the IRQ, so... it's been done there. Okay, right. Let's give that a try. That might fix it, actually. Okay, no, it didn't. Ah, okay. Steps hacking it. Oh, I like that big font, Haze. That's really cool. How have you done that then? Is that it looks like you've got like a 3x3 font in there as well. I really like that. That's nice. I like that. How have you done that? Is that a 3x3 font? Or is Steps just posting that crap in there? Ah, okay. See, now, Hayes, now you need to do that. You need to make that happen. Because that looks really good. Is that still my font? It is, isn't it? Come on, Hayes, make a font. Live a little. Okay, right, so for some reason we're getting a glitch here and I'm not sure why. Let me turn off a few things until we figure out what's going on. So let's turn the title screen update off completely and see what happens. I'll have to change that. Well, actually, I can just do a clear carry flag here, but I'll automatically jump to there. I have a feeling that it's running that return every time. Yeah, I think it is. I think that's what's happening. I think it's returning to here every time. Let's put let's go into the debugger, yeah, and have a look through the code a little bit. So if I go up here, do this, and have a look around about here somewhere. So here's the code that is running. Here's the IRQ. transition IR key 2, yeah.
1, 2, 3. Outrun.
Here's a few bits make me
It's just this one actually we want, isn't it? So
Wait till tomorrow, 12 p.m.
yes. So we get to here. And advance it by 1. Accumulator is 2. So we should jump down to here, which we do. Turn from interrupt takes us back to here. Well, what breaks? Something breaks at that point. As soon as it's finished, it breaks at that point. So it's almost like this title screen initializes breaking things. Let's turn that off. I can wait till as if I'm going to be up before 12 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, FluBits should be on. At least I hope it is. I'd love to know what's going on here, though. It's like it's not, because it is doing all of these. You can see it's doing the sprites, and then it gets to this position, and then it just goes all wrong. For some reason, when it's in this mode, when it's no longer calling this, it seems to fail. Let me just double check that FluBits is connected. I think it is. It seems to say in the bottom corner it is. Yeah, it looks like it is. Still connected. Alright, let's get some more wine. Same again, another bottle of Fair Trade Chardonnay. I mean, I can tell it's cheap, this stuff, but it's not that bad. Good night, old school coder. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. See, the problem with a font that size, it's too big. You'd need 2x2, I think. 3x3 would be a little bit too big. Because if you think about it, if you put all the numbers and all the characters, if you just did alphanumeric, that's 36, times 9 is over 300, 330 something over 3, or 36 times 9. 270, 324, so that's too much. Well, this is from Deliveroo as well, so I say cheap, it was still £8 for a bottle, but I mean this would probably be £4 or £5 in a shop, I think. But from Deliveroo it's like £8, but I refuse to pay a lot. So what if you use Gmod 2? Gmod 2 for a Game & Watch game, it seems a bit overkill. And it still wouldn't change the fact that your character set is only 256 bytes, so you'd have to do a split halfway down the screen, and you'd have to have a character set that's updated on the fly with the characters you want, or you would have to use a bitmap section in the middle and copy the font in double size into it. Both viable options, but I wouldn't I wouldn't worry too much. Was the vote for what to play hypothetical? No, around about 2:30 I'm gonna play a game. Apparently it's gonna be Rainbow Islands. Best we get overall is like £10 per litre. Where are you, Jace? You must be Scandinavia somewhere then, I guess. Those kind of prices. Peaches 3. Next game is going to need more assets, so I would definitely recommend, Hayes, looking at the cartridge loader code that I did. I think it's in the McDraw XYZ stream. If you need, I've got a slightly more up-to-date version of it, and if you want me to kind of help you with that, I can definitely show you how to do that. And then you can think of each game state as just a new state that you load from the cartridge. So you can have up to 64K for any one game state. Not Scandinavia, but... Oh, Finland. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like Finland. I know it's not Scandinavia, but they do have Scandinavia kind of prices, so... Yeah, so the cartridge loader code I've got will allow you to treat a cartridge, either Magic Desk or Gmod, as a disk drive, and then you can load in 8 kilobyte blocks at a time. It's actually set up so you can load a full 64 kilobyte from it. It will just chain blocks together for you. You don't need to think about it too much. And I can show you how to use that. It's fine. Wow. €30 for a 3-litre box of wine. And I'm imagining that's probably the cheap wine as well, because I know the prices over there are ridiculous. I think I paid €15 for a glass of wine at Helsinki Airport, so... which is insane when you think about it. So everything's fine until I do the RTI. So if I put another jump, if I just do a jump start here, you would assume this to be the same, right? But it seems like it's not. Yeah, something odd is going on. Something is breaking there. And it seems to be to do with that RTI for some reason. Will it be easy to switch between Easy Flash and Gmod so I can test on real hardware? I would recommend going between Magic Desk and Gmod. So Magic Desk is almost the same as Gmod. The only thing it doesn't have is the on-cartridge saving. But other than that, it's pretty much identical. So you can... I love Finland, Jace. It's my favourite country, as I've said many times before. You can switch between Magic Desk and Gmod with very little code changes. In fact, my cartridge thing will allow you to do it without even changing any of your code. You just change one line at the beginning to import a different cartridge type. Yeah, you don't hear many bad things. They're the happiest people in the world. They really are. I've never met a bunch of happier people, and they all like rock, which I love. So yeah, can't complain. But yeah, when you get around to that, Hayes, let me know, and I'll help you out with that as well. I kind of think there is something wrong with this function. Just don't know what is the problem. Yeah, I'm not sure the sense of humour is amazing in Finland. But they're really nice people. Really, really nice people. You mean this bit here? Yeah, so this is pushing the RTI value. So we're basically using this to drop out of this function into a new location. It should be fine. It's only when it's complete, so it's only when this piece of code gets triggered that something happens. So I'm gonna just try cancelling this out, which means it's gonna do nothing. But hopefully it doesn't break. Okay, so it sits there and does that. That's fine. So what we could do instead, instead of doing this, what we could do is instead of doing this bit, what we could do instead is in here, we could do this, which would probably be a neater way of doing it, and a little less intrusive. Because I think it is to do with that. So it was a nice experiment, but I don't. Oh, interesting. Oh, because I went forwards instead of backwards. There we go. He did spell it humour. No. You spelt it right the first time, Jace. There's no U in humour. Okay, so that seemed to work. So I think if I do that now, and do that now. Okay, so title card is a funny one. So you have to set a callback. In fact, no, you don't need to set a callback in this case. We can get rid of that. Actually, this makes it simpler. This does make it simpler. So that's the press fire message, which if I press fire, does nothing. Oh, and it does nothing because in here... Oh. Oh, it's getting stuck here now, isn't it? That's the problem. Shit, okay. I'm going to change this to a weird value in the middle somewhere. I think it might be getting stuck there because of other stuff that's triggering. There we go. And now the font is wrong, so I need to make sure entire screen initialize is probably right. So that means in here we need to do this stuff, D018, which means we need to make sure that we're not using the very last, but we're using that one. Okay, so this is happening now because it seems to be switching the font here, so actually the font is correct, we just need to change what's being written here. That's the problem. Okay, so let's keep that like that. In fact, let's just get rid of that, don't need that. And instead of adding E5, we just won't add anything, and I think that might be alright. Cool, there we go. I mean, the position is completely off, but whatever. And then when we start the game, we need to set things up. So, in start, which is here, game entry, we set the IRQ up, which is correct. Map loader, initial, draw map, HUD initialize. Should we do some initialization here, or should I put it somewhere else? I'm going to put it in map loader because I think at this point the map being drawn is the trigger behind the level bonus. So no, that's not entirely true because the transition is probably going to be in between this. So I think player initialize is the one to do it in, which seems like a really weird place to put it, but I think it's probably the only place that's going to work without creating another function. So I'm just going to make sure that when we come into here, we do load our D018 values, which are in here. And I need to turn that 0 off there. I also need to make sure that multicolor is on for those last two sprites because it's off at the moment in here. So these things here, D01C I think it is. D01C. Yeah, D01C needs to be set to FF. We can do that in player here. It's not being set anywhere in here, so it's unusual actually. Oh no, there it is. Oh no, they're the multi-cores. Okay, I think that might work now. We are Burke, resistance is futile. Oh, that Burke works really well with the finger. That's really cool. Cool. And we just need to set the weight thing because obviously the weight's completely wrong there. It fixes itself when you do that, but we also need to set the scroll value. So the vertical scroll needs to go back to 25. Okay, so double width is D01D, so set that, and then we need to set D016, I think. God, I wish I could remember this. No, D011, okay. D011, and that with 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. And all that with 25 rows. So this would be 25 rows, and then the default is 3, like that. Okay. You're cold? Are you serious? It's fucking roasting in here. It's ridiculous. And background, you see it's going behind things, so I need to set that as well. So it's D01B, is it? Yeah, D01B. Okay. Which we're doing here. Cool. So the only other thing I need to do now is I need to make sure that this stuff here is not in multicolor mode. So I need to set an interrupt that turns multicolor mode on here and turns it off directly after as well. So I'm going to do that using the sprites again. So if I go in title card, hi Grady Thunder, welcome to the stream, dude, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you want to post a link to your channel, I don't know your channel actually, so if you want to post a link to it, that'd be great. I can add it to my YouTube collection. Okay, so I need to check in here. Oh God, this is not going to be easy actually. What I'm going to do, I'm going to be a bit sneaky about this, and I'm going to call side sprite index, and I'm going to start this at 0 in transition 1. So in this one here, I'm basically going to store that there, and then thank you. I will slap that into my. Let's find the right window. There we go. I'll slap it in there now, and I'll give you a follow. a subscribe even. Thanks, dude. Cool. Follow, subscribed even. Oh, Robotron. I remember playing that on the Atari Lynx, I think it was. Great game. Hard though, very hard. Oh, you can probably hear that on the screen, so there you go. Ah, it's a 2600 homebrew. Okay, cool. Wait, actually, how have they done that? Because there's a lot of stuff going on in that. I'll have a good look at that at some point. Cool. Yeah, cool. I'm getting distracted by your channel now. I will take a look at that at some point. Ah, there's an ARM chip. I was going to say because there's an awful lot of stuff in there that's going on, and that seems like it would be a bit too much for the Atari 2600. Oh yeah, tick the bell. Yeah, there we go. You're done. Bell's ticked. I should put a note on my channel to say that. Actually, I don't know how to do that. That's like me going for a run being assisted by. Now you say that, but I'm really looking forward to this Beam Racer thing. So I realise it's basically like an accelerator for the Commodore 64, but I have loads of cool ideas to do with it. So I'm hoping to get a Beam Racer and Gmod 3 and make a 16 megabyte cartridge racing game using Beam Racer, and I think I could do some freaking amazing stuff with it. I think we could make I want to say arcade quality, but maybe not quite, just a little bit, just because of the color restrictions and some of the VIC restrictions. But I think with the smoothness of a game like Outrun, we can definitely do, and I think it would be super simple to do. So I would like to have a go at that at some point. But it would be a very specific. It would be probably about 4 people that could run it, because you would need to have something capable of running Gmod 3, which means you'd either have to have a Gmod cartridge to burn it onto, which I'm not sure Protovision are just going to give out for free. Just turn that music down, it's a bit invasive. But you'd also need to have the Beam Racer as well, which means you can't have an Ultimate. It has to be an original C64. Oh, have you not seen this? So Beam Racer is it's an add-on for the VIC-2 chip. So you need an original C64 or a reloaded, so you need to actually have a physical VIC chip. And you plug it into the VIC socket, and then you plug the VIC in on top of it. And what it does is it gives you a coprocessor for the VIC. So it basically gives you an 8 megahertz CPU specifically for writing to the VIC. So what it means is anything that you would do graphically can be offloaded to this processor, and it will do it instead. And at the moment, so the fastest we can update a VIC register is 4 cycles. So that means when you look at stuff on screen, if you imagine changing the does the Flubits workspace change each episode? No, it doesn't. No, it's got Lumafix Pro integrated into it as well. But what this does is it allows you to change the VIC registers once per cycle. So what you can actually do is you can change, for instance, the background color. You can change it for every single character individually, whereas at the moment you can do it in blocks of 4. But it will also let you do things like scroll bitmaps around the screen super fast. It gives you 512 kilobytes in 8 kilobyte banks that you can then write to and from very quickly. It looks incredible, but it is very much kind of an accelerator. It's kind of like the Turbo Chameleon. It's something that you have to have that piece of hardware in order to be able to do these things. It is cheating, but I think it's gonna spur on some quite interesting demos. I think you're gonna start to see stuff running on Commodore 64s. I mean, this is capable of doing more than the Turbo Chameleon can do. The Turbo Chameleon just boosts the 6510, but unfortunately, when you boost with the Turbo Chameleon, you still have to obey the 1 megahertz speed limit that the VIC-2 uses. What this does is it takes all the processing power that you need to control the VIC and puts it onto an 8 megahertz chip, and then allows you to do some other stuff. So I think it's kind of cool. I'm kind of excited by it, because I think what you're going to start to be able to see is you're going to see full color 25 line scrollers with 90 sprite multiplexers. You know, you're going to see multiplexers that completely fill the screen with sprites, because you can now you can do crazy amounts of processing with it. You've got an 8 megahertz coprocessor, so basically you've got a Turbo Chameleon that's sole job is to power the VIC chip, and you've still got your 6510. So there'll be some pretty crazy stuff that you can do with it, I think. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be quite niche, like any of these sort of things. Like the Turbo Chameleon, it is going to be niche. But if you're just interested in making something and not selling it, then I think you'll do all right, and that's exactly what I want to do. So, right, I need to go for a pee and I need a smoke. When I come back, I will fix whatever the hell I was doing before I got sidetracked. It's called the Beam Racer. Let me post a link before I go to the toilet. Is it Beam Racer? Oh, somebody posted it the other day. Please be called a Beam Racer. Yeah, there we go. It looks really, really interesting anyway. So have a read of that, and I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. And good night, Sinlau. And I'm back. Yeah, I also find the Lumafix kind of hit and miss. It depends on a few things. It depends on where your C64 was made as well, because different factories use different capacitors and resistors and things like that. As capacitors especially have quite a big impact on the video output. And also depends on the revision of your VIC as well, where that VIC was made. So even 2 VICs of the same revision could be made in 2 different places and have slightly different versions. So, well, slightly different quality of output. So yeah, it kind of depends on what you get. They fix a lot of things like the Luma values and stuff like that, but again, it really depends on where the C64 was built. I actually find personally the best C64s I've used have been West German ones. I don't know why that is, but they seem to be better quality, I think. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent that's true, Stets, but again, it depends which factory it was built in, because it's not just the VIC chip that's responsible. There are a lot of other components in the chain. It's specifically the capacitors, and if they use cheap capacitors, then the variance may be a little bit off, and it can cause all sorts. So capacitors are quite often used to remove interference on a line, because they can absorb some of the kind of fluctuation. And if they use cheaper ones, then it won't do as good a job. So but yeah, I can't remember which version it is, but there is definitely, it probably is the R5 actually, that is better than the others as well. And also there's a massive difference between the C64C and the bread bin VICs as well. Okay, so what I was doing was I was doing this sprite index thing, and what I want to do is store this side sprite index here, and then when I go into here I want to increment it. So it's going to be the last thing I do in this routine here, which is just increment the side sprite index, and this is just going to keep a record of which sprite we're on, which means at this point here, actually I can probably do it in this whole block here. So this is I'm going to actually put a little note in here to say that this is positional based stuff. So as well as setting the top, animating the top trim, we can also do things like side splice index. We can compare that to 0, 1, branches not equal, we'll go to here. And we can turn the multicolor off. So what we want to do is we want to turn multicolor off at the very top, because we want that top section to be able to use high res. So I'm going to turn it off at the top. And again, I forgot, I think it's D011, but I'm going to check. I'm starting to feel quite drunk as well, so this wine's hitting me quite. I've only had like one bottle. I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't eat a lot today though. In fact, what did I eat? Oh, I had one of those weird meat-free burgers, and some mushrooms. D011, I think, is the right one. No, D016. See, I get it wrong every time. So I want to turn multicolor off here. So this will be like this. And this will be MC finished. And then I'm going to do another check here. It's already in the accumulator, so I just need to check here. And I'm going to compare it to 3 and turn it back on. Which is basically just going to be the opposite of this. Which means this is going to be an OR. And this means this is going to be completely inverted. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, hopefully. So let's think about that. So that's going to be right at the top. And then 3 sprites down. So 3 sprites down would be at least 2 high, which would turn multicolor on, and then I need to turn it off again. I think 1 sprite down from there would be enough, so let's try it on this. We'll see how it looks. It might be wrong. I might need to adjust it a little bit. And so this would be on again. And this would be inverted. 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're just trying to get that press fire to look correct at the bottom without destroying. Okay, so no, you can see I need to shift it down 1 for both. So you can see the multicolor turning off. So I need to go 1 more down. Also, the top goes pink, which is a bit irritating. So I think I might need to change this one here. Let's get the positions correct first, and let's have a look what's doing. I might have to change the border colour so I can see what's going on here. 230, I'll play it at. Oh no, I think it was probably right the first time. I think I needed to go back, not forwards. So let's go back to it. Right, so there we go. Okay, I'm going to change the way this works. So what I'm going to do is when the sprite is at 0, so when it's up here, I'm going to turn multicolor on. And then when it's here, I'm going to turn it off again. So that means when it's at this point, when it's at 0, I need to turn multicolor on, which is the opposite. So, and then when it goes past that, I need to turn it off. God, it's really warm in here. It's ridiculous. Let me just pause my fan. thermostat says it's 25 degrees in here, but it feels about 30. It's kind of silly hot. I've got the fan blowing right at me now, and I've got this one on. Thank God for RTX. RTX means I can have all the fans on and you don't hear it, which is good. I mean, it's quite noisy in here, to be honest. I think I might have to put a border colour change in here so I can see it, because I'm struggling to see where this is happening. So let me put some border colour changes in. So we'll do... Okay, so when we get to this point here, so this one here, we'll put 0, D020, and then we're going to store 2 and 1, and hopefully that will allow me to see what the hell is going on here. Okay, so this is fine. I need to move this one down a little bit, so I'm going to move that down 1 sprite. This is this one here. Hopefully that should retain the... And I see it's still going above it here. So this is a bit of a problem, because what this means is if I draw anything in here that isn't in the lower colour bands, it's going to... Let me have a look. What have I got in here? Oh no, I've got red and I've got green. They're both lower colour bands, and black is lower colour band as well. Oh yeah, this will work. Okay, so I just need to nudge that down 1 more. That should be fine. It's just because that's flashing, that's all. But my video is one of those. I captured a VIC R5 in a C64 section and did half screen comparison. As more of the screen is drawn on the C, everything gets darker. They start looking near identical in picture strength, but C64 just loses it and dims more while it tries to draw. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I know that they did. Yeah, well. I think it's a bit of both. I think it's quite humid in this room anyway. Also, my thermostat is over near the door. So my thermostat is reading 26 at the moment. So it's 26 over near the door. But the problem is this thing puts out so much heat. It's quite cool on this side because it's of the intake. But over this side, where the outtake is, that is toast. And then right next to it, I've got a 24 terabyte NAS drive, which also puts out a lot of heat. So there's a ton of heat coming out of this corner here, so basically here where I'm pointing on the top screen. All the heat in my room comes from that section, and I've got a little fan on my desk, and I've got a little fan trying to blow the cool air over. So let's try that. Okay, that's good. So I think as long as we keep the stuff in here, at least up to this point, in primary colours, so it definitely draws in high res, then we should be fine. The reason why this was looking weird is because it's using some colours which are in the upper 8 characters. So I'm just going to move the position of that. I mean, we are going to change this, but let's just move the position of that a little bit anyway. So I'm going to say, let's move it over 3 and down 2. Should be enough, I think. So we're going to move it over 3 and down 2. Should hopefully center it a little bit more. I mean, I could probably... over 1 more, I think. Oh, and we need to do the color RAM as well. So 130E. Okay. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter because this is going to be replaced by a real title screen, so... There we go, that'll do. Just check that the game's all working. It is. Cool. So... Oh, this is still wrong. We're still in 24 column mode, I think there. Let me check in the debugger. Need to get that right. Okay, so go into here. Let's start. Yeah, okay, so we are in D011, so 1.3. So this should actually be 1B. There we go. That's all it needed. So let's check in the player code which sets it up. Oh, that's interesting. It should be set up at that point, but it seems like it's not for some reason. No, that should be one. Oh no, it's that one there. There we go. That's the one I needed. Not that one. That should be off. There we go. Yeah, the hay fever's been kicking in a little bit for me today, actually. Okay, and just turn those border changes off. It was a bit off. What was a bit off? Does that need to go over one more or up one more? You know, I'm going to get my ruler out. Fuck it, that's the easiest way. Did anybody watch the SpaceX launch today, by the way? Oh yeah, it does need to go over by one. Okay. And down by one as well. Alright. Well, you say that, but yeah, so I was watching the SpaceX launch and I kept thinking to myself, the flat earthers are gonna hate this. And then I saw a view, and annoyingly they had some kind of correction on one of the lenses, which made the earth look really flat on one side. Now if you look at the picture, you can see that they've corrected the view. So the reason why the earth looks flat is because they've corrected it, and if you look at the engine's warped as a result. But all I kept thinking to myself was, oh my god, the flat earthers are going to point this out over and over and over again. So I went onto Twitter and I did a search, and sure enough, within minutes of that happening, they had hundreds and hundreds of posts pointing out. And I thought to myself, no, I've got to somehow prove it. And I got this very ruler, that's why it's on my desk, and I put it up against the screen, and fucking hell, it was flat, which was really pissing me off because I know why it looks flat. But I know that the flat earthers are going to just ignore all the evidence around that, and they're just going to point out, look, it's flat in that view, and round in the other one. And their excuse is kind of exactly what's going on. That the lens has well, they say that the fisheye lens has fallen off, and what's actually happening is that camera view has been corrected. I don't know why it's been corrected, but it has been, and it makes the if you look at the engine on that picture, it looks really, really warped and it looks wrong. Oh yeah, I watched that documentary. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. This is the thing, the flat earthers go out of their way to prove that the earth is flat, but all they do is constantly prove that it's not. And the more they do it, the more they prove it's not. And they just go, oh. And I think the very last line in that documentary is, oh, interesting. It's like, oh my god, guys. It's so ridiculous. Yeah. This is the thing, Chromo. I think some of the YouTubers that have massive amounts of viewers and subscriptions absolutely are are trolls. They know that the science doesn't stack up. But the problem is they make so much money from pushing this from idiots that follow them, that it makes, you know, it's in their interest to keep it going. So yeah, I think the people at the top of the flat Earth kind of movement definitely know that it's not, but they make so much money from pushing the theory that it is, and so much popularity and fame from it, fame within their own circles anyway, that they just keep pushing it, and it is ridiculous. And unfortunately, there is a large amount of the population of the Earth that follow. Well, I say large; it's not that large, but it's a large enough population that follow them for them to make money from it. So, yeah, they are. Yeah, they're basically making idiots follow them. Like the most ridiculous argument for a flat Earth that I've heard is, if you've got a river whose source is in the north, the source is in the south, and the river flows out to the north somewhere or whatever, then how does it flow north? Because if the Earth was truly round, then north would be up. And it's like, no, I don't think you quite understand what up is. They think that if the river moves up on the globe, then it's up. And somehow this is flowing up. It's just, oh god, it winds me up. It really does wind me up. There's a really good YouTuber actually called, it's a British YouTuber called Simon Dan, who is a little bit aggressive in his kind of takedowns, but he's pretty good. He kind of he looks at these YouTube videos and just basically shoots them down constantly. He's really good. Simon Dan on YouTube. Definitely recommend it. I can watch that for hours. That looks wrong still. I'm going to move it back. Or I'm going to move it up. Let me measure it. Can't believe I'm using a ruler to measure stuff on screen. But oh yeah, no, it needs to go back. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna reverse that. I don't think that's quite right. I think it was right the first time around. Yeah, I mean, it's good entertainment. But I don't subscribe to any of the channels that push the theory. I subscribe to the channels that go against it. So I like watching what's his face, the American physicist. Oh god, what's he called now? Shit, I can't remember his name. An American physicist. He's quite famous. He's like a TV personality. He's done lots of stuff. Fucking hell, what's his name? Oh, yes, that's the one. Yes, thank you, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I like watching him because he gets quite angry with it as well, but it's kind of funny to watch. Okay, cool. This is looking pretty good. We've got half an hour. I'm going to commit because I haven't commit the entire stream, so I'm going to commit now because I think we're in a good position. Neil A. Bait. No, I reckon Neil A. Bait's a flat earther, to be honest. Okay, so working title card implemented. Full title screen, no transitions. Yeah, so if you look at what we've got here now, so if you imagine, even with this first screen, right? So the first thing that's going to appear is it's going to be my Evolute Games logo. I'm going to figure out how to do that. But basically, it's going to be a logo on a black screen, and then the transition, so the horizontal bar transition that we did a while ago is going to come across and fill the screen with yellow. Then this is going to happen with the two bars coming in from the side, and then the title screen is going to appear. We're going to have a sprite logo up here, which can be 6 sprites in size. It could also be characters as well. There's no reason we couldn't stick some characters behind it for some additional colours. And then down here, there's going to be a scroller across the bottom. which is going to use the double size font that Steps made, which is going to go behind here. So it's not going to fill the entire screen, which I think is going to look quite nice. So most scrollers tend to go all the way across the screen, the full 100%. But we're just going to go from the right side of the screen to behind this section down here. So I think that's going to look really good. And then in the middle here, there'll be whatever information we want to do. So there'll be some paged information. So there'll be a credit section, a high score section, and then a list of kind of tutorials, if you like, just kind of explaining what the power-ups do, what the platforms do, maybe with some sprite animation showing the players jumping around and coloring platforms and such. In this section here, we've got quite a lot of raster time in here. There's not a lot being used. Most of the raster time is being used down here, and actually, you know, once you get into this section, there's not a lot being used at all. So yeah, let me push that change. Okay, so what I want to do now is do the transition in the opposite direction. I've got half an hour. I think I can do it in half an hour, so let's give it a shot. We do have this value up here, which was transition direction. Which 01 means it's coming in, which is exactly what we've got at the moment. So we're going to make sure that that gets set in this transition up here, in here. So we're going to load 01, store that in title card, transition direction, and then when we're finished, which is this bit here, we're going to do the same again. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this stuff here, and we're going to do exactly the same piece of code, but we're going to go backwards instead. So the moment, what this is going to do is when we run it, it's going to do the transition twice. It's going to do it once. It's going to show. Oh, actually, it showed it before. That's because I should have done this not there. But yeah. Okay. So it's going to do it twice. It's going to do it once to bring in the transition. Well, it's not even the transition. This is the kind of the title card thing. So there you go. And then when I press it again, it's going to do it again, and then it's going to go back to the game. There you go. So we just need to make it so that the transition can be reversed. I mean, it's been 10 months or so. Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has been about 10 months. Probably a bit more, actually. But when you consider we've only done this on Saturdays, and there's been a lot of breaks in there. This is episode 34, I think. And if you think we do 4 to 5 hours, if we say 5 hours, let's say 6 to be generous. That's 204 hours. Still only 5 working weeks worth of code, so it's not bad. It's not bad at all, really. 5 working weeks where I've been drunk the whole time as well. I mean, let's see anybody working at a AAA studio get a game out in 5 weeks while they're pissed on wine the whole time. I'm not saying this is a AAA game, it's really not, but okay, I'm starting to need inhalers. So we're going to play Rainbow Islands at 2:30. It will take me, it'll probably be an ever so slightly longer break than normal while I just grab my joystick and set it up. I don't know if anybody has found a G64 file, but if you have, I did commit yes. Triple lowercase a, yeah. If anybody does have a G64 version of Rainbow Islands, that'd be really, really appreciated. I'm just going to give it a quick one search just to see if I can find it. I have a feeling I'm not going to find it though. No. Oh, hang on. Oh, a page full of G64 files. This is exciting. Rainbow Islands G64. Please let me download this. If it works, I'm just going to drop it into the emulator just to make sure it works. Okay, let's see what happens here. Dude, this is so great. I only just found your streams and I only watched the first episode of you, and it's my first live stream, so I'm very impressed. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy it. So the whole point of this stream is to kind of get more people kind of knowledgeable of what you can and can't do with the C64, and to kind of demystify, if you like, the things that you can do with the C64. There's an awful lot of stuff. This does not look like it's working. There's an awful lot of stuff on the C64 that seems to be shrouded in mystery, and it really shouldn't be shrouded in mystery at all. So yeah, it's good to have. A follow as well. Thank you, ZZZzafol, for the follow. And yeah, and this is exactly what I mean. So I started this stream with the intention of enticing more developers to do stuff for the C64 and showing them that, you know, the stuff that you see that's very kind of shrouded in mystery is not that mysterious at all. It just takes a bit of practice and a bit of perseverance, and you will get there in the end. And people like Furoi, people like Hayes as well have gone on and made games, and Hired Sword 2 looks amazing, and I still need to get a copy of that as well. Furoi, I need to actually, have they got any more in stock at the moment? I'm going to buy one if there is. I keep meaning to buy it, and it slips my mind, and then I end up distracted by something else. It is indeed. There we go. I shall be buying that right now. Okay, 1 second, guys. Oh, it has to be. Oh wait. Oh, it's a no cartridge version. Oh man. Okay, Furoi, can you, as soon as you know there's a cartridge, is there going to be a cartridge version, or is it disc only? If you need help making it, turning from disc into cartridge, please let me know and I can help you out with it. Do they want to do a part version? Because they did vegetables on cart, I know that. You need a lot of help. Well, the thing is, you've already got a disc loader, right? So you could pretty easily, I could help you, but you could pretty easily turn that into a cart load if you use my cart system. The only problem is you would need, what do you mean no passwords? Oh, because of my keyboard map. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not logging into anything. I don't type passwords anymore. I use a password manager. So you could use my cart system, replace the disk loading with cart loading quite easily. I could help you out with that. That's no problem. The problem is you do saving though as well. So I'm not sure how you would go about that. Yeah. Okay. Right, yeah, you'd have to think about that. Okay, okay, let me know when there's a disc version. Oh, it says there's... Oh, no, it's out of stock. Okay. Let me know for then when there is a disc version in stock, and I will order it. Yeah, kernel, it's fine if it uses kernel for saving. That's fine. Yeah, please send me a notification when of some kind, because it doesn't look like I can do it on the double-sided games site. Because I would like that. I really do like the Ultima style the games, and it is about as Ultima as you're going to get, to be honest. I completely forgot about it. I got so distracted with the lockdown and feeling really shitty and sorry for myself that I didn't order it. And I think it was something else. I think it was before the lockdown actually. So, but yeah, I mean, I would gladly buy that. And I'm really pleased that you guys take what we're doing here and go off and make stuff, and it's really cool. I know I think Mad Beagle as well. So a lot of the reason why Hayes has been doing the Game and Watch is because Mad Beagle did some Game and Watch, and Mad Beagle did the Game and Watch because he was watching these streams as well. And that's kind of the point. And I don't want it to just be me teaching you guys how to do things. As I've said a million times before, I see this as much as a learning experience for me, as it is for you guys. And I've certainly learned a lot from the people in my Discord and from the people on the chat on Twitch as well. So it's been really good. I definitely feel like I've improved as a C64 coder because of you guys. And I hope you feel the same because of the stream. So it's been nice. All right, okay. The Rainbow Islands isn't going to work, I don't think. So I'm probably just going to use the one on my thing. Okay. So yeah. So looking at this, the transition does happen twice. We get one which is working perfectly, and then we get the other one which should be going backwards, but it's not. So it loads about wine too, or just that it exists, really, I guess. I guess the Tuesday the Tuesday Game Boy stream is kind of what we're doing here to the extreme, because I know nothing about Game Boy, and I'm hoping that I can inspire you guys to kind of give it a shot now and again if you really want to. But I'm hoping to learn from the people that come along as well, and I kind of have so far. I've learned little bits here and there, and it's been quite fun. So. Okay, so these two values here need to be set based on the transition direction. So, transition direction. So if this is equal to 0, then we call this transition in, which is, oh god, turn my caps lock on, which is this bit here. And we'll call this transition setup done. And so the opposite is going to be this bit here, which is going to be the transition out. Now we don't need this label, but I'm going to put it in anyway, just so it's easy to read at a later date. This is going to be the values that we find in these places here. So it's going to be this value here. And then this value here with side here. So what we should see now is that the transition will do the first transition, and the second transition will immediately exit. Oh, it didn't. It actually did the full transition. Okay, that's interesting. Transition direction. Oh, because I didn't do this here. Yep. Right. Okay. Now we should see it just do one transition. Oh, interesting. It's kind of broken this piece now. Is that because I've got it the wrong way? Ah, I've got it the wrong way around. Okay. So... transition direction. Oh, because this should be... if it's plus, when we go here, if it's minus, it's a transition out. Okay. And that means in here... transitions, so... transition direction should be negative here, that's why. It's always a good idea if you're using directional stuff to use 1 and FF, not 0 and 1, just because it makes sense logically then in your head. There you go, that's perfect. Okay. I write 68502 when I drink, yeah. Not to drink when you code. No, you see, I find that It's kind of a mixed bag because I find that when I drink and code, I care less, and so I take risks. And I think I'm fortunate that the risks I take kind of pan out for the most part, with the exception of maths. So if I need to do any maths, it tends not to pan out quite well at all. But if I am doing maths, then if I'm not doing maths, then it tends to work out all right for me. So check complete. Here we go. Call that in. So I tend to work better when I'm slightly tipsy, and that's because I take more. Like now, I'm doing stuff which would be a bit riskier to do, but I care less for some reason. So I'm just kind of jumping at it and doing it. So I'm going to compare this to 0. So let's just go back. So what we should see now is the transition freeze when I press fire. So actually nothing will happen. I'll press fire and nothing will happen. Oh, actually it stopped the flash here, so it is trying to do something, but we're not getting any kind of reverse of the thing. So the reverse should be pretty simple as well. So the reverse should basically be whenever we do an increment, instead of doing an increment, we need to do a decrement. So here we go. Here's one. Side to right. So let's do this one first. So again, we're going to load transition direction, and if it is positive, we will do in, which is this one. Oh, shit! I need to check. Where was it? Oh, well, that should be that for a start. But in out. There we go, and this needs to jump to exit when that's done. Always remember, if you do a kind of split in code into 2 potential paths, that one of them is going to have to jump over the second path, or else you're going to run into problems. So we need to do the same here again. So that means I'm going to actually put an exit in here, and this becomes out. And then the last thing this is going to do is jump to exit. So, and basically this is going to be the same piece of code, but instead of comparing to this value, we're going to compare to FF, which means it's cycled all the way around. I just hit myself in the eye as I did that. And if it has reached FF, I'm just going to make sure it locks to 0. So now what I should see is the side border move out when I press fire. So it's moved in, press fire. Okay, it's moved in again. And that's because instead of decrementing, I've incremented. So in here, this should be decrease X. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. Actually, I think I just I think I do just take more risks and kind of leave the safety stuff behind. And okay, so there's a little bit of a weird thing there because of the bounce. Also a glitch down here. I'm not too fussed about that glitch right now, but the bounce on the way out is just because we're reversing that thing. Actually, probably isn't too bad. Actually, let's have a look. Okay, so we probably do need to change that. We'll change that as well in a minute. Yes, so I did have a look at that actually. That Warlock sent me the link to it, and I did have a look, and I think it looks really good. I will, when I go for the next smoke break, I will leave that on. I'll turn the SID music on. I'll leave it on. I think it looked really nice actually. I'd like to do a Spectrum game at some point, but again, it just comes down to finding the time to do it, really. So but I would like to do one at some point. I don't know what I do though. I really don't know what I do. Maybe I'll just do it. Maybe I just cheap out do a .cosmos version for the Spectrum. I think it could work quite well on the Spectrum. No reason why it wouldn't, to be honest. So at the moment, this is going to use the transitions that it was using before. We can kind of change that in a little bit. Let's just make sure this is working, and if it's working, I'm just going to use probably linear. Well, no, not linear. I probably need to do. Yeah, I probably do need to do a transition. So, yeah, I'll have a look in a minute. All right. Well, the thing is once I've done the Game Boy Color version, there's no reason I couldn't do a Specky version. I just have to write some code to deal with the column 1461. I'd have to deal with the lack of sprites, which would obviously be a problem. But and the different kind of graphical stuff, but the kind of core logic behind it can stay the same. Okay, so that kind of worked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab another easing function. This time I'm going to use. Let's have a look what have I got in easing. Ease out bounce in ease in quad. I think that's the one I want actually. Just grab this site. Okay. Using function cheat sheet. Ease in quad. So I want slow to fast is what I want. So he's in where's he's in quad? Should be here somewhere. Ah, there we go. It's kind of he's in quad is probably the right one actually. But it needs to be shorter as well. So let's ease in quad while I've got. Let's have a look. Oh, did I close that window? God damn it, I closed the window. So like T times T times T times T. Yeah, let's do quart instead. That's probably a bit more. Oh, macros. He's in quartz. There we go. And then in here we can just add some new transitions. I'm going to make these a little bit shorter this time. He's in quartz, and I'm going to do this at like 40. I think is probably about right. Hang on, what does that make? 110. Yeah, that's probably about right. Okay. And this needs to go the other way. No, it needs to stay that way because we're going backwards through the transition, so that's fine. So this would be 0 to 47. This would be easing quartz, and this would be top. Easing quart, top transition, out. That's what I need there. So there we go, and then this would be out as well. Side transition. 0 to 7. Yep, that's fine. Okay. Is this right? So, oh no, this isn't right. No, it needs to go the other way. It needs to go the other way, and I need to keep the index the same. Okay, slightly annoying. Right, so what I need to do is get rid of all this crap that I've done here, because this is going to be the same for both. Get rid of that, get rid of all of that, so that's going to remain the same. Check complete is going to actually be wherever the hell that is. Check complete is only going to check in, don't care about the out. And actually the out check is the in out check is literally just when we actually animate these sprites. So transition side index in. Okay, so here we need to do transition direction branch if plus to in, which is here. This bit comes out. See, this is what I mean. I'm taking way more risks. I'm changing huge amounts of code that I wouldn't normally change in one go. But what the hell, right? I've committed. I don't care. I've committed my code, so it's really not important to me anymore. And then I need to do the same on. So what's this one? This is side sprites, animate top trim. No, not that one. Draw top trim. Oh, it was this one. Okay. What's it got? Oh, there it is. Okay. Transition top index. Yep, load transition in. Side transition in. So this is top transition in. Oops. And top transition. Yeah, top transition out and top transition in. Okay, I think that's right. Who knows? This is what I mean about the alcohol. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is amazing. I mean, you will once you know that site, you will never not want to use that site. It's so good. It has so many useful things in it, and the end result is freaking amazing. You make some amazing stuff with it. Some exit. Okay, I did need exit here. Okay. Okay, immediately exited, which is a bit annoying. Oh, because in here, in the initialization, we start at 0 when we go in, but we start not at 0 when we go out, and we need to start at 0 when we go out as well. So transition out, and it should be also 0. So actually, none of that matters. There we go. The direction is just how it animates. It's got nothing to do with the. And I think this is perfect timing now as well, which is good. Okay, I will fix that before I continue. So. No, I'm going to fix that next time. I think that's fine. It looks messier than it really is, but I know what's going on. It's fine. So if you notice, the only problem is when it goes up, it's causing some weird glitches. So I think that's fine where it is. We can sort that out on the next stream. It's good. Right, I'm going to commit, and then I'm going to show this this video of Warlocks. It's a really, really good looking game. Actually, I'm very impressed by it. And I'm surprised it's your first stream, your first Spectrum game as well, because it doesn't look like your first Spectrum game. It looks like you've done a few before. Transition out in place needs screen cleanup. So I guess that's what it is. So basically what's happening is as it scrolls out, the values as it scrolls out are not quite the same as when it scrolls in. So when it scrolls in, it's always drawing behind it. What it needs to do is always draw a line of blanks underneath, which it is drawing in some cases, but not all. And it also needs to make sure that the screen values work correctly as well. So there we go. Andy redeemed a list in 22 minutes. I hope I didn't miss out on that. The thing is the transition is working because it is moving backwards and then going back into the game. So So it is doing its thing. It's just the cleanup behind the transition out isn't working, and that's fine. I think I'd rather do that when I've not had a belly full of wine anyway. So, hey, the goat 1998. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, let me push that. Right, I'm going to take probably a ever so slightly longer break than normal. I'm going to try and find that link that Steps posted for the video. There it is. I'm going to turn off. I'm going to pause that. Oh, it's only a minute long. All right. Do you know what? I'll do it when I come back. That's probably the better way. And thank you for the follow, oh sick boy. Thank you, Warlock, for that. So I don't have my headphones working, so normally I have these, which means I can hear things, and I can't, which actually means I'm not going to be able to hear Rainbow Island, so I'm probably going to have to figure out how to do that. So that's going to be an interesting little challenge. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that. That is going to be interesting. Yeah, no worries, oh sick boy. Welcome to the stream, dude. I'm just going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to set up the joystick for playing some Rainbow Islands, and we're going to give it a shot. It might take me a little bit of time to set it up, and it's probably going to take me even longer to try and get sound out of it, which I kind of need. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. All right, be right back, guys.